Another beautiful day in Nanjing in China. Welcome to the Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Play-Off. It is going to be another sensational day of tennis as players across the Asia Pacific compete for a wildcard through to the Australian Open in 2013. It certainly is a big prize on offer. We've got plenty of coverage coming up throughout today. So just stay right where you are. There's going to be some fantastic matches. We've reached the quarterfinal stage of the tournaments, both in the men's and women's singles. Also coming up later today, we'll have some men's and women's doubles semi-finals, and we'll be going all the way through until the final day, where we'll find out who will grab that wild card. Plenty of action coming up as we take a look at some wonderful pictures of Nanjing in China, get a sense of where we are at the moment. The matches coming your way. First up, a women's singles quarter-final between Liang Cheng of China and Wang Qian of China as well, the number 2 seed, followed by some men's singles action. Zheng Ji and Wu Di, an all-Chinese encounter. They've had an interesting history there too, and those two in the head-to-head. Zheng coming in as the 4th seed. He's had a wonderful 2012. And then that's followed by some more men's singles action, the quarter-final between Yuichi Sugita of Japan, the top seed in this event, taking on Li Ji of China, and then some men's doubles to finish us off for today. What you're seeing now are some pictures of the Australian Open trophies, which have been making their way across Asia, and in particular China, and a chance for fans to see the big trophies, and we'll wonder who will hold them aloft in January next year. So some great action coming your way. Great initiative from Tennis Australia to be bringing the trophies all around Asia so people can feel a part of it. It is, of course, the Grand Slam of Asia Pacific. The kids getting involved as well. Some Hot Shots programs have been run over the course of this week, and really part of the Australian Open's push to engage more fans in China. Peter Mercado's my name, with you across the next couple of days, joining commentary for this first match by the one, the only, Adrian Franklin. Very nice to see you, Adrian.
It's great to be here. Great to see you as well, Pete. An exciting initiative. We're ready to go. Huge matches coming up today. It's quarterfinals day, and as you mentioned, we'll be going through until Sunday, when the final positions will be announced, and there will be a player going through to the main draw of the Australian Open. So the first time they've run this over in China. As you mentioned, a great initiative by Tennis Australia, and some of the pictures there. We've got Steve Wood, the CEO of Tennis Australia, who was over in China recently with both the trophies. So it's going to be an exciting day's play today, Pete.
I think the challenge has been to work out exactly how many landmarks the trophies can arrive at. As you can see here, but a chance for the fans to get up closer with the trophies as well. They're not able to come down to Australia. And certainly, since Li Na's huge performance a couple of years ago at the events here at Melbourne Park, that we've seen an explosion of interest in the tournament there. And really, it's been fantastic to see the growth of tennis. Particularly, we've seen on the women's side, the growth of tennis there. A lot of focus, particularly in heading up to the Beijing Olympics, was on the women's side. But as we're going to see this afternoon, the men are trying to catch up as best as possible, and they've been putting in some good results.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, as you mentioned, the Australian Open is the Grand Slam of the Asia Pacific, so there's a huge push to go into China and into the broader region of Asia. As you mentioned, Li Na, huge success over the past few years, and I suppose the men, they do need to step up. So we'll see some of the men today in action and over the next few days, and we'll try and unearth a future star of China. But you'd have to think, then knocking on the door, the men, the next 5 to 10 years is going to be really important. You'd have to think a number of Chinese players will be coming through into the top 50 and top 20 positions.
Weather-wise today, the conditions expected to stay fine. A little bit of wind around, as you can see the flags blowing. We had a little bit of rain earlier today, but won't be affecting us. So about a top of 22, 23 degrees Celsius, and that will be continuing into the weekend, where it'll get a little bit warmer come finals day, and maybe the chance of some late showers there. But magnificent sports complex at Nanjing in China, and you can see a nice sunny day, and an opportunity for fans to come down and have a look at the action. Of course, played on the Australian Open plexi-cushion surface, so the conditions, the simulation of the conditions that we have here in Melbourne. And of course, the Australian players who don't get direct entry into the event, they play off for their own wild card in December. And action will be on tennis.com.au and through the YouTube channel as well. You can see the Australian Open flavour. The players not too far away from a start on court number 4, which will be our main match court. Matches happening across the courts here today as we get through the rest of the men's and women's quarterfinal stages. It's been a couple of stage process to get to the main draw here. There was a period of qualifying for players, both direct entry into qualifying, but also the national associations had the opportunity to put players forward into that qualification zone, and then the qualifiers who came through were able to enter the main draw, and that's where we're at now. So the players arriving on court for our first match, Liang Chen and Wang Qian, the second seed, and you can see him walking out onto court now, so we're not too far away from a start.
Yeah, well, the weather looks perfect over there at the moment. Slight breeze we saw just before with the flags, but the weather looks really good out there. So nice sunny day, similar conditions I suppose to what some of these players may expect when they come to Melbourne, hopefully in January. But you were mentioning there it's hugely competitive. You need to go through a number of stages even before reaching this position, and now they have to win a number of matches to actually reach their goal of making the main draw of the Australian Open. So huge prize for them out there, but still another 3 matches that they need to win. Quarterfinals today, and then we'll have semi-finals and the finals as well.
Some of the players that you'll see across today have had the opportunity to play in some WTA and ATP events. The season has moved into the Asian region, some huge tournaments, and a great opportunity for those players to see some main draw action. And, well, they come back and take that confidence from being awarded wildcards and qualifying through to the main draw of their home events and take it into this event here. So the toss of the coin to come. Best of 3 set matches, of course. Tie breaks all the way through. And we're playing continuous matches. So we'll have one match after the next, after the next, after the next. So 4 matches to be played on our main feature court here today. So the toss of the coin, as you can see there. Wait and see what it comes up as. Looks like Liang Chen has won the toss. We'll wait and see what she decides to do. And so the players will get into their warm-up. There is Wang on your screen. 177 in the world. Comes in as the second seed into this event. It's been as high as 175. So the ranking has stayed pretty steady of late, but has risen 100 spots this year, and it's off the back of some great results. A couple of singles titles in the second tier events off the main WTA Tour, as we see Chen Liang on your screen as well, 23 years of age. Ranking sitting at 515. We'll get back to Wang in just a moment, but ranked now about 436 in the world after some other results after the cut-off there for the rankings. 3 singles titles to her name, none this year. They've been playing mainly on the women's equivalent of the Futures and Challengers circuit, all $10,000 events. Has a heap of doubles titles as well, a bit more prolific on the doubles court, but has reached 3 quarterfinals in singles this year. And let's get back to the number 2 seed. As I said, rose 100 spots in 2012 already this year. A couple of singles titles, 25k event, but also a $75,000 event in Beijing, and actually beat Cheng in the second round in 3 sets. So they have played each other recently. 3 career titles to her name. A couple of semi-finals, of course, this year. Heap of quarterfinals as well. So it's been remarkably consistent and sitting at 12-14 in terms of win-loss this season. So comes in some great form, and the 20-year-old number 2 seed will be looking to push into the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, as you've mentioned, ranking of 177 at the moment, so you would think that Wang would have to be favourite going into this one. There's a huge difference between that sort of 200 to 150 ranking, and then really being able to rise up to 100 and go even further. That's when it starts to get incredibly difficult. So 177, not too bad at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes today, and whether she can make that next step. Seeded number 2, as you've mentioned, so favourite going into this one, you'd have to say.
Well, it's all about the opportunity to play in higher events and rise your way up through the futures, through the challenges that are held all around the world, to try and bank some points to make that step to get towards the top 100, then try and get main draw into some Grand Slam tournaments. Obviously winning the wild card here will help, but it's also playing on the main WTA tour and trying to at least qualify and get into some main draw events there, and that's where the ranking starts to rise. It's tricky, obviously, getting onto the circuit, but then tricky to build that ranking, as we've seen with Wang here at 177, up 100 spots on last year already, but then cracking into the top 100, the top 50, the top 20, the top 10, and then the top echelon of the game. But still got plenty of time on her side, just 20 years of age.
Yeah, well, obviously there's been a noticeable jump in the interest in Chinese tennis over recent years. So certainly look forward to seeing a number of these players come through over the next few years as well. I'm sure the resources have really been pumping through, some good coaches over in China as well. So it would have to be, you'd imagine, just a natural progression through. And that is what happens when a player like Li Na has some great success out on the tour. That's just a natural motivation for all the younger players coming through.
Oh, absolutely. And if we can provide some sort of inspiration, the fact that there are tennis centres and tennis courts all over China now. They've got some big WTA and ATP events. We just had the Masters Series event in Shanghai last week, which was fantastic. They've been playing in Beijing as well. There's a tournament in Guangzhou to the south of China, which is on the WTA tour that they hold towards the end of the year, so that's a magnificent event as well. So they're starting to build that and starting to build the presence, not just in the main hub of Beijing, but all over the country as well. And certainly someone like Li Na, when she has success, it encourages people to pick up rackets and young juniors to pick up rackets, and they need courts to play on. So they've got these magnificent tennis facilities that are being built all the time. So we're not too far away from a start in this one. Among the number 2 seeds had a bye in the opening round. Chen beat a qualifier 6-2, 6-4 the other day. So has played a couple of matches to get to this stage. So we'll have a bit of form heading in, a bit of winning form heading in. And last time this player on your screen played was in Osaka, in the qualifying there, and unfortunately going down in the first round of qualifying, but making an attempt to try and get through to some main draw action on the main tour. So best of 3 sets here this afternoon, and we'll try and keep you up to date with the scores from the other matches as they come up. If you want to see the order of play, tennis.com.au, and you'll see the order of play today. And Chang of Taipei, the top seed in the women's singles quarterfinal, had some good results in Osaka last week, defeating Sam Stosur. Comes in as the top seed in this event. She'll be in action a little bit later, taking on Zhang of China. That match being played on one of the other courts. We'll keep you up to date with that one. But certainly the back of those results would be a good result if Chang can get through and grab that wild card. So confirmation that it is women's singles quarterfinal action. The semi-finals to come tomorrow, and then the final on Sunday.
Yeah, you would think over the weekend the crowds will build a little bit, leading into Sunday, the finals as well. Just noticed before when the trophies were going around, it's quite incredible to see the reaction from the public, especially the young kids, just really enjoying seeing those Australian Open trophies travel around China. So the interest is certainly there, and you would imagine that people will get down over the next couple of days to check out some of the future stars in action. And that trophy tour really has built over the past couple of years. just a really great way to expose the Australian Open in the Asian region.
One of the other prizes, of course, along with the wild card, is the accommodation costs are being met as well. So there's just a little bit more on offer than just the wild card pass through, because it can be quite hard for players, particularly at this level, to travel around, and the huge accommodation and flight expenses to get to the various tournaments for which you mightn't make main draw, and it's a big expense there. The huge advantage of being able to have a bit of certainty in your schedule early on and know that you're going to be competing in Melbourne in the third week of January is a huge advantage, and then you can set your calendar to that and try and work out how you're going to best have some preparation in the lead up to the event, and then go from there. So an all-Chinese encounter. Just waiting for Liang to join us on court, and then we'll be underway in this women's singles quarterfinal match. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Wang at the top of your screen is the second seed in this event. And so we're ready for a start.
Ready? Play.
And that's a statement of intent right there from Wang, the second seed, at the top of your screen.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Wang has obviously just recently beaten Liang in 3 sets, so you would think she'd bring some confidence into this match. And that's a great deep return there as well.
Well, the important thing is that it actually means that you know each other's games. There's not an unknown opponent that you're playing against. And the problem is here is that Wang's just able to fire at will. Not a lot on Liang's serve. And so it means that Wang can just stand inside the baseline and just hammer those ground strokes. So early break points. It's the perfect start for the second seed, breaking in the opening game of the match. And a confident start as well. The other thing about having played someone relatively recently, a couple of weeks ago, is that no need to do a scouting report. You've got a good handle on their game.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious there that she came out with that intention to really attack that serve, both first and second serve as well. Liang certainly doesn't have much on either of those deliveries. So a great start there from Wang as she just looks up into the sky. There's a little bit of sun in her direction there, so we'll see how she goes. Just another unforced error, so quite a slow start here from Liang. It's a pivotal early stage of the first set. You just need to keep that ball in, preferably quite deep. And she's made at least 3 or 4 unforced errors so far.
Well, that's better depth of shot by Liang there. Was able to really get into that point. That's a better depth of shot from Liang that time. Able to keep Wang pinned behind the baseline, as you can see there. Just going too deep on that occasion. So game points, chance to consolidate the break early in this opening set, this women's singles quarter-final.
Match. Second service.
Well, that's nicely finished. Wang just finishing off beautifully. That ball set up nicely. Your opponent way out of court on the serve. And that's a quality finish deep into the juice court. So the break consolidated. 2 games to love in this opening set.
Yeah, she certainly has come out full of confidence, Wang. Both players, I suppose, somewhat similar. Both like to play from the back of the court in the early stages, both with a double-handed backhand as well. But it's just the inconsistency so far of Liang. As that one just goes long. So good to see that Wang was committed to moving forward into the court there. Sometimes you see players that they just get into the middle of the court and they retreat backwards rather than moving forwards, which is preferable. Yeah, just a fortunate one there.
Yeah, we'll take all the luck that you can get at the moment. Liang's biggest issue, we know that she's pretty prolific on the doubles court, is actually being able to get into the net to be able to attack. She's not allowed to at the moment. The biggest problem she's got is the serve. At the moment it's just being spun in. She's going more for position than anything else, Liang. Couple more break points. And again, open up the court nicely. That is a great finish. The number 2 seed, another break. 3 games to love now in the opening set, this women's singles quarter-final. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. It's a confident start.
Yeah, well, even in that last point there, Liang was just retreating from the very first point. She hit the shot and she's staying behind the baseline. She's not looking to move forward at all. And Wang has really picked up on that every single point. She's looking to take a step in and really overpower Liang. So very, very slow start at the moment. Just whether it's nerves or she's just not feeling great out on court. But Liang certainly doesn't look comfortable. She's changing her grip there, which is not a great sign in such early stages of the match.
Normally something that you prepare
Yeah,
pre-match.
I would have thought so.
But obviously not happy with something there, so we'll put the grip on.
But it's a good point that you raise about her serve as well. It does seem like quite a doubles-like serve, where in doubles you do try and position the ball a little bit more for the person at the net to come across and volley. But singles is a completely different game. She does need to put a little bit more power behind that ball, because at the moment Wang is really taking it up to her. I think that's probably something her coach has spoken to her about prior to the match, and just stepping into that ball, because she's doing it every single time now, and she's leading 3 games to love.
So Wang to serve. not getting the luck going her way.
It's hit the net a few times early on. She didn't get the luck that time.
It was a good return though. It was pulled way out of court. Just a nice deep ball that Wang had to wait for.
And that's the strength of that serve. Whereas Liang has a really soft, slow serve, both first and second. Wang's really taking it up. And that first serve, she's remaining consistent and starting with momentum. Seems very calm out there at the moment, in control, Wang. Not much to concern her at all.
Well, that was the opportunity there. That three-quarter court ball for Liang is one put deep into the court. A real attacking shot. Wasn't able to do it, just overhitting. Knows that she's under pressure now. Trying to keep everything deep. Trying to keep Wang pinned beyond the baseline. Now 3 game points for the number 2 seed. Well, able to hold pretty comfortably in the end. And starting to get to the stage now for Liang Cheng to sit back and go, I might be thinking about a second set pretty quickly here.
Well, her body language is already showing negative signs at the moment. She's dropping those shoulders. We saw the grip change at the change of ends. She's really losing control of this first set.
So the first step now is to hold serve. Try and get into the match.
We've mentioned that Liang has some strong experience on the doubles court, so perhaps she needs to try to move in and just change it up, because right now, from the back of the court, she's almost losing every single rally. There's a better serve. I guess it's whether she can make it in, whether she can actually take that step forward.
Yeah, and that slider out wide will help her on that ad court. Take your opponent way out of court, be able to get him behind it. Trouble is, on this sort of surface, the ball will sit up for your opponent. Lazy on the footwork from Wang that time.
So there's a bit of an opening here. It's not a huge opening, but one nonetheless. First serve percentage, got to keep that up a little bit higher at the moment.
Again, just overhitting. The trouble is with that serve, I know we're talking about it a lot, but the Liang serve is that Wang doesn't actually have to move very far. Doesn't have to move at all to return.
That's better.
Yeah, more promising. Didn't quite move forward though, that three-quarter court ball.
But she was a couple of metres behind the baseline, and then you did see her take a couple of steps forward. So that's a good sign. So that's the shot there.
Well, that's it. It's all about where you can move your opponent around.
Oh.
And there we go. So able to hold and on the boards, Liang Chen. But still, Wang Qiang is second seed, is leading 4-1.
Well, whether that game was more about the fact that Wang's quality of play probably dropped a little bit. She didn't move her feet on a couple of those returns. There were a few unforced errors as well, but credit to Liang, particularly in those last couple of points. She did move forward, took that ball on the rise as well from three-quarter court, which is not easy. You need to have a little bit of confidence to hit that ball. So she's on the board and not out of it at the moment.
Well, the point is, if you're coaching her, you're saying that you've got to move your opponent around. You've got to, particularly that serve, not very, very strong, not terribly strong from the back of the court. Your main thing is to move your opponent around the court with the serve. What's the positioning of the serve so that Wang has to move to be able to get to it, to be able to open up that court and then the put-away ball. Well, the idea is right, particularly when they're into the rally, of keeping that ball nice and deep, Wang positioned beyond the baseline, but it's waiting for that short ball and really taking advantage of it. That's the difference between the two players at the moment.
And yeah, I suppose to get to that point, the coach would be hoping that she is conscious of that sort of thought process as well. Some players do things very differently out on court. They practice well enough and they listen to their coach, but then when they get out on court, things are a little bit lost. So hopefully she is conscious of that point. She does need to move Wang around the court. So she's on the board though. Big game here. Start.
Into the match now.
That return, straight down the line, and that's a confident shot as well. You can't play that shot without having some semblance of confidence going. So, slight turnaround here. Still plenty of work to be done.
Guessed right, did Liang, but a nice put away. In a very strong position was Wang that time. And see, Liang just way out of court. And an easy volley in the end.
Just another unforced error. Going back to a few of those early games where you just can't make that mistake at this level of tennis.
Going to test your geography in a moment.
This will be interesting. I may or may not have a computer in front of me.
With that forehand cross court. But Wang, the number 2 seed here, as I mentioned, had some pretty good results in 2012 and got direct qualification into the WTA event in Baku. Do you know where Baku is?
I have heard of it, so that's a good start.
Put the computer away.
But yeah, I won't go onto the computer. Leave it with me. But do I get any points for the fact that I've heard of it?
No.
No points.
Nil point. Now, real opportunity for Liang to get one of these breaks back. Nice deep ball. Moving Wang from side to side. going wide. Yeah, the call from the umpire.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think, looking at it right now, that it's Wang is still in control. As we see that one that was definitely outside. She is in control of the match. It's just whether she can remain consistent. But she's definitely got the stronger strokes. She moves around well and the superior serve as well. So if she can maintain a high level, I think she'd maintain this lead at the moment.
That's wide.
Better rally there from both players, though. I think they're both into the match now.
Well, that shows you that Liang is back into things here.
But it's that lead, whether it's insurmountable at the moment, it does seem that way with a game point here.
A bit of luck with the net cord, but Wang holds 5 games to 1 in this opening set. Now, Baku.
Baku.
It's in the Asian region,
Is
sort
it?
of.
Sort of. Where does that leave me? Baku. Any clues at all? I mean, that was
Yes.
hardly a clue.
They had a big international event, festival, if you will, in the middle of the year.
Of this year.
May or may not have involved singing. Had all the time in the world to put that forehand away. They come on as well from Wang. She wants to get this set wrapped up pretty quickly. It's been pretty impressive. Does not want to let Liang back into the match.
Baku.
Time's up.
Yeah, I think it is.
Azerbaijan.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I feel a bit better. That was tough. That was a tough question.
Got through qualifying there and went down to Mandy Manella of Luxembourg in 3 sets.
Another error there. So Wang is really progressing forward very quickly to taking this first set. Quarterfinals day today.
So now, rapidly, we see set points. Been a very quick opening set for the number 2 seed.
Next. For service.
It's a good finish. The best shot of the match so far from Liang Chen. But still got one more set point to save. And again, well saved. Just something a little bit different. The drop shot this time.
Absolutely.
And that stayed down. Bit of a surprise tactic. Good time to use it, because that ball just set up nicely.
And I think she needs to look a little bit more at being creative. We've spoken about her doubles play, some drop shots, some slice, moving into the net. It's just not working for her to stay at the back of the court.
Getting that power
Yeah, well,
game.
that's what's going to win it for Wang, that power of stroke, the depth. And she moves incredibly well also, from side to side. You watch her move. She doesn't struggle at all.
Set point number 3. Oh, and had the court open. Couldn't finish it.
Wry smile there. She's enjoying it out there at the moment.
It was possibly too easy.
Yes.
Had the court open. Liang picking a side. Just couldn't finish it off. Back to deuce. Well, after saving 3 set points, Liang now with an opportunity to get this game. At least get it back to 5-2 and make Wang serve it out. Oh, there you go. Terrific finish. So she's into the match now. That player on your screen, Liang Chen.
That's a classy drop shot there.
It is, but again, something a little bit different, a change-up move there. 5-2 though, Wang still with the advantage in this opening set, the women's singles quarterfinal, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Just going back to Wang there and that tournament that she played in Baku. As soon as she was eliminated from that event, that's the week after she won that $75,000 event in Beijing. Reached the main draw of the tournaments in Guangzhou and also Beijing, the WTA events there, and fell in the first round of both of those. Chanel Scapers in the first round from South Africa in Guangzhou, 6-love, 6-3. And then Zhang Shui of China, the main draw of Beijing, 6-3, 6-2 going down there. But invaluable experience, and obviously be looking for an opportunity to play off for a wild card here.
Yeah, well, she does seem very comfortable and quite confident out on court at the moment. Technically strong, as we see the doctor there just attending to Liang. So it's a bit of a knee issue.
There is a lot of strapping there on that thigh.
Yeah.
So maybe this is, I would suggest, maybe a bit of maintenance work, judging by the bandages come out there just to hold everything in place.
Yeah.
No spider tape here.
But we have seen Liang a little bit agitated throughout that first set. She was changing her grip after the second game, which is very unusual. And now we see that the strapping's going on as well. So perhaps not fully fit.
We'll want to get a move on here because the 90 seconds is almost up.
Perhaps a little bit of a tactical decision. 5-2 down at the moment. There is always a little bit of talk, I suppose, when players call upon the doctor, but that did look quite legitimate because there was some strapping on there previously. There's the interest out there. That's what we like to see.
And I think I suggested a couple of those youngsters and some of the ball kids.
Yes.
Will be in operation today.
So Wang first to moves. She wants to get out there, quick, smart.
Yeah, and wrap up this set. She's been the better player of the two, although it's been a little more even the second half of this first set.
And she's got the huge advantage of having it on her serve right now. So important for her not to look up the other end at what's happening with the injury. Just focus on first serves right now. And that's a very loose shot, and you see that the look, emotional sort of reaction there from Liang.
Well, just couldn't generate any power.
No.
That forehand. That was the problem there.
I wonder if that does have anything to do with the strapping at the moment, or that leg injury, not being able to move forward into the court.
the opportunity off the return of serve there for Liang. She ends up with the point.
39.
But that turned around very quickly. See there, that short ball just hitting the service line, just missing from Wang.
Yeah, well, again, she hit the shot and she retreated straight back. She was 2 metres behind the baseline immediately. Very lucky on that last point.
Now the unforced error is starting to creep in
13, sorry.
from the number 2 seed. Door slightly ajar for Liang. So correction. So we're going to replay that point because Liang had a play on it. Oh, quality rally there from both players.
13, 40.
A good finish by Liang. Just open up the court beautifully here is what we were talking about earlier, making sure that Wang was moving side to side, getting her out of position, and now 2 break points to bring this back to 5-3.
A little bit of frustration creeping in now for Wang also. She needs to remain calm. It's as though, looking at her body language there, Wang knows that she should have taken the first set already. And then we had the doctor that just came out in the game break before. She's getting a little bit frustrated. She's had control of this first set from the very first point. But Liang is sticking around at the moment, and she's got another break point here. Second serve to look at. That's a big miss.
Yes.
On a second serve.
It was the right idea though, and stepping way into the court.
That's sometimes the difference in quality between the players that both of these girls are aspiring to become. Missing that sort of stroke, you'd never see the top 10 female players miss a stroke like that. You've just got to make it on a second serve.
Well, another break point opportunity here. And a good serve. So that's a good recovery there.
Yes.
The other thing, going back to that shot from Liang, and she missed beyond the baseline a little earlier, that there's no angle on it either. So hammer it down the middle of the court, presumably to follow it in. A little bit more angle. Go the lines.
That's a cracking stroke. And just watching the difference in both of their strokes there, Liang, quite a lot of topspin going on. Wang's the one that's stepping right into the ball and can generate a really clean stroke. And that's why you see her going down the line and just picking up a few winners there. So set point for Wang.
Oh, and again a bad miss from Liang on that second serve. And the number 2 seed has taken the opening set of this women's quarterfinal. 6 games to 2. Nanjing in China is where we are for the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. Liang Chen on your screen has just lost the first set to that player, the number 2 seed, Wang Qiang. 6 games to 2. We're getting ready now for the second sets. Zhang Ji of China, the number 4 seed to come after this, is taking on Wu Di, an all-Chinese affair there as well. The men's singles quarterfinals. Plenty of action to come across today. Find out who'll be through to the semi-finals of the men's and women's singles, and then the finals of the men's and women's doubles. Liang to get us started in the second set.
Really important opening game here, I suppose, for both players, particularly for Liang. She was down 4-love in that first set, and she just wasn't able to scrape that back far enough. And she started well. Interesting though, the latter stages of that first set, Wang did seem to struggle a little bit. She certainly wasn't playing as consistently as she was in the earlier stages. And already a little bit loose in the first 3 points of this game.
Well, Liang will know that she's into the match now. A bit more even towards the end of that first set. So you put the first part of the first set out of your mind and know that you're in for a fight. So, a good start.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum, if you compare that first game to the first game of the first set, I mean, you really can't compare. It's like they've switched roles at this stage.
A lot more confident. Remember the last time they played, went to 3 sets.
Yeah.
So, this match is by no means over.
Wang will be hoping to maintain a high percentage of first serves here. That is a bit of a strength of hers. I mentioned earlier on in that first set that Liang was really struggling with the first serve. No power, quite a few faults there as well. So Wang just taking her time here. It's an important game, and she's got new balls, which should help her here. And that's a cracking shot, and that is a little bit of the difference between the two players. Wang has the first serve she can rely on, and then she can produce a short return from her opponent. And another good serve there. So 30 love. Neither player really wasting much time between serves. Like to get on with the job. Just long. So as we saw in the first game from Liang, straight through to 40 love here. So 3 game points. Just rehearsing that stroke a little bit, Liang.
Oh, nice step from Wang that time on the back foot. Holds 1 game all in the second set. Just jumped at that forehand. And clearly the Liang forehand is the better shot. As you can see there.
Yeah.
We saw Wang in that opening set go deep to the backhand side. Got to go back to that, back to the game plan. What we're also seeing is some nice variation of serve there by Liang as well this time. Not just rolling the ball in, actually getting some good angle.
And a little bit of power behind that one. So that's again just the confidence building for Liang. She just needs to remain focused every single point she's playing. She can throw in some loose shots now and then.
Not happy with herself at all there. Again, good placement of that second serve. Liang holds. So we're on serve in this second set. 2 games to 1. So a difference from the opening of this set to the previous one, where Wang was off to a flyer.
I suppose you see that a little bit more in women's tennis throughout a 3-set match where it can sort of go up and down. You see that in the score lines as well. Men, not so much. It remains a little bit more consistent in the men's game. It's a big mental challenge, though, for both players. For Liang on screen there, she's obviously down 1 set to love. And to fight back and win in 3 is always a big challenge. But she started as well as she could early stages of this second set. And I think her opponent, Wang, has dropped off somewhat, not as consistent, starting to get a little bit agitated. Still playing well. Both players have held their serves in these first 3 games. But it's more of an even contest now in this second set. It's a little bit harder to pick who will take the ascendancy. You'd think that this one might go game for game for a little while, as opposed to that first set where we saw Wang 4-love leading after a matter of 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, and from there the game was pretty much gone. So, well, the set was pretty much gone.
And a nice first serve there, just out wide, pushing her opponent outside of the court, which then places pressure on you to produce a good stroke. And a bit too much pressure put on that one. So 15-love.
Slice too short that time. Really needed to put a bit more depth because that went straight to the one forehand. Just guiding it up the line. Immediately you're back under pressure again. I think that's the first double fault we've seen from Wang in the match. It's been pretty comfortable in her serve. Wang just starting to get a hold of it now. Try and maybe get this second serve out wide. Put Liang under pressure on that backhand. Well, it was there to be hit.
Yeah, definitely.
So to be able to run around onto the stronger wing was the right move. But just, if you're going to do that, you need to make sure that that ball is going deep, which is the intent there. But it makes it really hard to time. Because you do tend to be, if you're running across that side, you tend to be a little off balance. That's a great serve. Great hold. 2 games all now in this second set. Wang taking the first 6 games to 2. Quarterfinal women's singles action of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Some men's quarterfinal action coming up after this match on our feature court. Late call, but a right one, I think. Umpires will only overrule if they're 100% sure. There's that movement again.
Yeah, well, both players doing really well on their service games in this second set. All 4 games have been held by the server at the moment. And 30-love up here. Yeah, she did the right thing. She was moving into court, but I just find that when she does have that stroke where she is taking the ascendancy, she does seem to miss a few of those ones. I mean, that one was going straight down the middle of the court. I'm not sure why she wasn't trying to find more of an angle with that stroke. that one again. That's just hitting almost the top of the tape, or just slightly under.
Well,
30 all.
Wang went to the weakness
Yeah.
again, back to that backhand side, and no time to run around on the forehand on that occasion.
Opening here. Wasn't a bad second serve though.
Yeah, it was deep.
It sat up a little bit. But
Wang was looking to just get back into the middle of the court.
Yes.
And I think that's the difference at times with the two players, whereas Wang is able to step forward into the court and hit quite a clean shot. Liang, when she's pressed back, she's just trying to rotate through quite quickly, and she's not getting that momentum through the ball at all.
Oh, missing, pushing at that forehand. Going with the drop shot, which again is the right tactic. Wang was up to it though. And see, just way out of court. Good shot to try. Bit tricky from just inside the baseline. But just that push. What an opportunity here for the number 2 seed.
She struggled with that ball toss a little bit down this end. She doesn't have the sunglasses on at the moment. She did earlier in the match. And the second serve here.
And a bad error by Liang. There's a break of serve for the number 2 seed. Wang Qiang just working her way into this second set. Got the lead now, 3-2 with the break after taking the first 6-2. So now the number 2 seed, after a bit of a struggle early on, is now well and truly back with the advantage.
Now the conditions out there under the sun, looks like both players are starting to feel it a little bit. Therefore that break of serve becomes even more important. And she's really focused at the moment. You saw after that last point, I think she must have been looking over at her support group, perhaps her coach, as though to say, that's the one I was after. And now she'll come out and serve, and she'll just try and break Liang down now. It's always a huge challenge to come back, particularly in a best of 3 set match after losing that first set. It's a big challenge to take the second, because you know there's only one option. And the huge prize awaits potentially one of these players into the main draw of the Australian Open, but still plenty of work to do. Quarterfinal today, and then they'll move on to a semi. And yeah, you'd have to say at the moment, Wang, just the stronger player. Technically, she doesn't seem to have any huge weaknesses at all. It's perhaps just maintaining that concentration from start to finish.
That's great depth. That's been a feature of her game today.
And a little fist pump after that one as well. She can really tell she can take this game. She's going to move very quickly towards this second set and potentially the next round.
Well, that was nicely constructed. Good use of the angle. And just opened up the court beautifully. Yes, the fake apology off the top of the nets. More just for etiquette than anything else.
Well, at least she's fighting here at the moment, Liang. It's up against her, but she's brought it back to 30-all, so not out of this one yet. Look to see if Liang can move forward to this one. We've seen Wang do that on second serves all throughout the match.
Oh, Wang again going to that backhand side. It's proving to be the difference. One off the forehand, short ball. Looking down the middle of the court, just really overplaying. Oh, nicely done off the line. Wang leading 4 games to 2 now, and that was a beautifully set up point. Half volley by Liang, and that opened the court beautifully. Nice angle.
Yeah, you could just notice the way the girls were both hitting there, the trajectory of the ball was just completely different. Wang really able to step forward and hit the ball far more cleanly, whereas Liang is sitting back and she's got a lot more topspin on the ball. Probably has more of an extreme grip, particularly on her forehand as well. So you've got a bit more of a closed racket face, and you can frame the ball a little bit more often than if you've got the full face of the racket showing. Although she missed that one, Wang, she looks very confident at the moment.
It loads up.
Yeah, it's a little bit unnecessary, I suppose, on that one. She's 30 love up. You know, why not just go deep to the backhand? She was clearly going for a winner there. Just not in the position to do it.
That's okay. Had a couple of options there, Liang. Wang just way out of court. Potentially dangerous going for that line. Now a game point. Still down a break though in this second set. Well, Liang holds after a bit of a struggle. Wang, though, with the break still in this second set. 4 games to 3. Number 2 seed taking the first set. 6 games to 2. This quarterfinal. And they're finding that half-court ball tough to put away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Liang's not going away at the moment. Whether it's because she's improved her level of play or whether Wang's just dropping off a little bit, it's hard to tell. It's quite an inconsistent set at the moment. But Wang, you'd have to think if she remains fairly consistent, she should take this one out. You can't really see that Liang's going to turn it around unless Wang just completely drops her bundle at this stage. But yeah, you are right. When they're both moving forward and they've got that short ball, it's almost 50-50 whether they're able to put it away or not at this stage.
Yeah, well, they're doing more than what they have to.
Yeah.
Just go for depth.
Yep.
Set it up, get into the net, play the volley.
Yeah. It's as though they don't want to play that volley. They don't want that next ball to come back, so it's all or nothing. I mean, we've hardly seen Liang, who is apparently quite a strong doubles player, we've hardly seen her move to the net at all and hit a volley. So again, Wang on serve here. She has the break, and she's leading 4-3. She'll want plenty of first serves at the moment. She just needs to wait for Liang to prepare up the other end.
Surprised that Liang is continuing to... Wang is looking to get to that Liang forehand. It's the strongest shot. There was a good angle that time, but opportunity just to work down the line. Set off the big first serve.
Yeah, technically, I think at the moment, Wang definitely the superior player. Both sides, forehand and backhand. There isn't a significant weakness on either of her strokes. Whereas with Liang, we have seen, particularly off the backhand, but even the forehand as well, she's got a lot of topspin, and she's framing the ball. It is very hard to tell where she's going to hit it and whether she's going to remain consistently in the court at the moment.
Again, that power being generated off the forehand side of Liang. It's been predominantly Wang going to that forehand corner. It's giving opponent plenty of opportunity, but still 2 game points here. Just overplaying again. It's been the story of the match. And so Wang holds 5 games to 3 now in this second set. Looking good to move through to the semi-finals. good serve again from Liang.
Well, she hasn't given up at all, so I wouldn't expect her to drop right now. I think she'll fight out this game and stay competitive.
Why not? She's still in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. You do get the sense, though, that she's a bit uncertain if she thinks she can actually win this match from the very beginning. We mentioned they played a couple of weeks ago, and Wang took that one out in 3 sets. And whereas Wang has been fully confident from the very first point, she's owned this match. I think you get the sense that she believes she should win this and progress through to the semi-finals. But Liang, 30-15 here still. She's not going away.
Liang has got some doubles commitments later on today on one of the other courts. The number 2 seed, along with Zhu Yifan. Well, Liang holds 5 games to 4 now. Wang Qiang, the number 2 seed, will come out and serve for the match.
Well, there still has only been the 1 break of serve in this second set. So both girls looking fairly strong on their serves, but it's also dependent on the return as well. Quite a few unforced errors coming from both girls on the return of serve this set. But Wang has the advantage of that stronger serve, as we've mentioned. So she'll come out and serve to take this one. Liang doesn't seem full of energy there at the moment. She does really need to get out there, bounce around. I don't think either girl has shown a huge amount of emotion. We saw in that first set, Wang was pumping her fists a couple of times. She was a little bit vocal. But from that point onwards, neither girl has really wanted to stamp their authority vocally on the match or in any other way. It's more just waiting for the other player to perhaps make a mistake here and there. Love to see, the coach sitting in the crowd right now, you would love to see your charger run out there and bounce around Rafael Nadal style, perhaps. We're not quite seeing that at the moment. I guess you can't quite get to his level.
So, yes. Although not moving very far at the moment. Wang to serve for the match now at 5-4. Oh, that is a great serve. The jamming serve, and Liang was in 2 minds as to which way to go. Ball kicked up towards her. That's a terrific second serve.
Yeah, perfect time to bring that one out as well. Just not happy with that first serve still at the moment. Missed both first serves in this very important game.
Liang deserved that point. Did well to come forward. Ball coming off the tape.
Yeah, we've seen that a number of times in this match, haven't we? I think Wang's had the luck with it as well. Good slice there. It's exactly what you need. Deep shot. And then you stabilise at the net. Put a huge amount of pressure on your opponent. 15 all.
Oh, look at the position on that serve. Fantastic. Just out wide. Liang way out of court, trying to bring it back. Just nice slider out wide. The serve is one of the weapons for Wang.
Yeah. And that's one of the weaknesses of Liang, that forehand.
Exactly. Now we have a couple of match points for the number 2 seed to make it through to the semi-finals. We're looking for a big first serve. The first serve percentage has dropped. The match has gone on. And what a great way to finish. Ong Jiang getting through, the number 2 seed. Pretty comfortably in the end, just the one break of serve in that second set, but we'll be very happy to be moving through to the semi-finals of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. So we see the match point again. 6-2, 6-4 the final score. And really, that was a comfortable win. Pushed through the mid part of the match, was able to get that break in the second set and then go on with it from there. Quality player, as mentioned, rose 100 places in the rankings so far in 2012, and we'll be looking forward to a semi-final here.
Yeah, well, you could tell just with her, I guess, lack of reaction after that final point. She had that match under her grasp from the very first point. She was very comfortable, really confident. They've played each other recently, and Wang was the victor on that occasion as well. It was an interesting match. The first set, she jumped out to a 4-games-to-love lead, and you thought that this was going to finish very, very quickly. But Liang fought back from that point, and she ended up losing at 6-2 in the first set. Came out in the second and started really, really well. Took the first game. And there was only that one break of serve in that entire second set. But it was more just the consistency, just technically stronger as well, Wang. And we mentioned her serve as well the whole way through the match.
Well, exactly. She wanted to lift that first serve percentage. That was a beautiful serve there out wide. But one of the things will be her game went off the boil a little bit, as she became quite error-prone throughout the mid part of that match and allowed her opponent back in. She'll be wanting to fix that. Imagine talking to her afterwards. She wouldn't be happy with the way she plays. She'd be pretty happy to get through to the semi-finals, but really just needs to cut down on those unforced errors, really go on the attack and work a bit harder on exploiting your opponent's weakness as well, because I don't think she tended to do that a lot during the match either.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was an opportunity, as we just see these highlights here, for her to really take that match in 2 sets very quickly. As I mentioned in the latter part of that first set, she was vocal, she was getting into it. There were a couple of fist pumps, but that completely dropped off for a good half-hour period there. It was as though she was playing within herself a little bit. Perhaps the conditions were getting to her. It seemed to be warm out there. They were in the sun. But yeah, she had that one within her grasp all day, so she moves through to the semi-final, 2 matches away from the prize.
Yes, the Australian Open wildcard, Wang Xiang there, the number 2 seed, 6-2, 6-4 over Liang Chen of China. So an all-China affair there. Coming up next, though, we move to the men's singles quarter-final action, and Jiang Ji of China, the number 4 seed, taking on Wu Di, also from China. So quarter-final action coming up in a moment. Then we'll have another men's singles quarter-final, and that'll be followed by some doubles action today. Plenty more still to come. Stick around, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Hello, good morning everyone, and welcome to the launch of the Australian Open for 2012. We're set for another all-star cast.
Back here in Nanjing, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off and men's singles quarterfinal action. Jiang Ji of China, the number 4 seed, taking on his countryman, Wu Di, in what will be a very interesting encounter. Peter Mercado with you. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're viewing our live streaming coverage. And so we'll be getting this one underway pretty quickly. We're into the quarterfinals of the men's singles. And these two players know each other very, very well. So we get into the warm-up. Good day in Nanjing. Top of around 23 degrees Celsius. Here is Zhang, 22 years of age, seeded 4 at this event. This is his highest ranking so far of 154. Won a couple of futures titles this season. One in China, one in the Netherlands. He's got 5 titles overall. He's had a great run of late. In fact, the Beijing ATP event, he got through to the quarterfinals, had a good win over Richard Gasquet in the second round, and actually had a win over his opponent, Wu Di, his opponent today, in the opening round in straight sets, and fell to Florian Mayer in the quarter-final stage. Australian audiences seen a little bit of Zhang over the course of this year. Was part of the Chinese Davis Cup team, which travelled to Geelong earlier in the year to take on Australia. Ended up going down 5 rubbers to nothing. Takes on Wu Di. Again, will be pretty familiar to audiences in Australia and around the Asia Pacific region. At the moment, his ranking is 185. Has been around that mark. 176 is his highest, but has had a rise up the rankings, big rise up the rankings. The end of last year was 422. He's 21 years of age and 3 futures titles already this year, to add to the 3 he already had, so 6 overall. His win-loss record, 51-18. He's been playing a hell of a lot of matches in 2012. He's had the opportunity to play a couple of ATP events and fell in the first round of both, Beijing and Shanghai, and was also part of the Chinese Davis Cup team that fell in the Asia-Oceania tie at the start of the year in February in Geelong to the Australian team. So we won't be too far away from a start in this one. Interesting, these two have played each other plenty of times. Their head-to-head sits at 6-2 in favour of that player on your screen, Zhang. They've met 4 times already in 2012, and they're 2-all in their meetings. And they've also split their finals, so 1 apiece in finals in 2012. Coupled with that, they've also played doubles together and won a title in a futures event back in 2010. So as I said, they know each other pretty well. So this will be a very interesting encounter. Davis Cup teammates, and no doubt we've seen each other a lot on the tour anyway. Zhang, the number 4 seed, played Sanam Singh of India and had a 3-set win. Went down the first set 7-5, but then 6-2, 6-2 the rest. Got through pretty comfortably after that. And then Wu Di, 6-2, 6-1 winner over Shriram Balaji of India as well. In the top half of the draw, Yuichi Sugita, the number 1 seed, or Li Jie from China, awaits that match to come following this one on our main feature court, the quarterfinal stage of this event. Of course, the prize on offer, a wild card through to the 2013 Australian Open main draw. The importance of being able to get in there and organise your calendar and not have to worry about qualifying is so important. Players going through their final preparations now.
This Australia Open Wildcard Play-Off Nanjing Local Friend. The match consists of 3 tactical sides. The referee will be from China. And let's Zhang from China. Zhang wins toss and let's to receive. Fine.
So, not too far away here from the beginning of this quarterfinal. Looking forward to what will be an interesting contest. Hard to split them despite the fact that Zhang is seeded and the higher ranked of the pair. They are very, very closely matched.
First side. Mr. Woody to serve.
So it'll be Wu Di to get things underway at the bottom of your screen in this men's singles quarterfinal.
Five dealer.
Well, Wu there that time playing straight to Zhang. Did not have to move at all to hit that forehand. Right idea, right attacking move, but needed to put a lot more angle. Given the opportunity.
So the 15.
Been a lot of focus on women's side of things in China and the success that they've been having. They've been as successful on the men's side. And these two players really leading that charge. Zhang, the highest seeded Chinese player in this draw at 154.
Okay.
So Wu holds opening game. Pretty comfortable. Moving through to the middle of the day now in Nanjing. About 22, 23 degrees. A little bit of a breeze around. But nothing the players can't handle today.
It's the Chandler to touch.
A comfortable start, that big first serve. Zhang was one of the key players in that Davis Cup tie against Australia back in February. Fell in the opening rubber that he played against Leighton Hewitt, and also was in the doubles as well with Wu Di. Went down in straight sets. And for Wu Di, opportunity to play against Bernard Tomic first up. Fell to him in straight sets. It's a comfortable win in the end for Australia. But there was a bit to like from both of these players. Opportunity to play some main draw. Particularly for Zhang.
20-15.
Oh, magnificent return. That's set up nicely for Wu Di. He made absolutely no mistake. And again getting hold of it. Two magnificent returns. Just really going for it now. Wu Di putting pressure now on the Jung serve. Oh, and almost again.
Jump.
So after a bit of a struggle, Jung holds. All square in this opening sets. Jung asking the question there. Not the full complement of lines people, so the lines person down, Jung's into the court making that call. Confirmed by the umpire. That's a good serve. Jung will be pretty happy playing in his hometown, Nanjing. Still lives there. Jung forced to all corners of the court there. Wu in complete control of that point. And still had the finish. So Jung just trying to make Wu play every single ball. Finally it was put away. That's a terrific serve. We are on serve in this opening set. The men's quarterfinals of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Big prize on offer. That is the number 4 seed on your screen right now.
Hi.
So games on serve in this opening set. Jung to serve.
No, 15.
I saw in the previous service game from Jung that he was able to really get on top of the serve. Some great returns.
Out. 13 more.
The call was late. I think Jung was looking around for a linesperson to try and get a call on that. Terrific finish. Right on the baseline, the ball sat up. Udi started off the year at the Hopman Cup, playing with Li Na in the events.
Next. First race.
Terrific serve. We've got plenty of power.
30 out.
Has a nickname known as Big George. Captain of the Davis Cup team. Or at least the leader of the Davis Cup team, I should say. Udi, a little opening here. Let's pick up an early break. I'll be disappointed with that. Just inside the baseline to hit that ball, and could have put the pressure back on Jang. Just couldn't come up with the finish. We're with another opportunity here for a break. Really doing all the attacking. That's great depth. Landing just inside the baseline. Again, was set up for him. Jang was already moving that way, but he did have an opportunity there. Really put that ball deep. Better serve. Wu forced to reach on that backhand. So the game point to level things in this opening set. It's a great serve. Zhang holds after a bit of a struggle. Great position. We're all square at 2-2 in the opening set of the quarterfinal. Zhang just getting a little bit impatient there. Trying to wrong foot Wu. It's a heavy ball from Zhang. You can see that Wu was coming forward. Instead of hitting it as hard as he can, just put it in at the feet of Wu, who was coming forward at the time, and just had trouble digging that out. So maybe a little opportunity here for the number 4 seed. Have an early break. Well, that gap's even wider now. 2 break points for the number 4 seed.
Nice. What's this?
Nicely done. Zhang Jie just a little fist pump. He knows the arm wrestle is going his way. Has the break now. 3 games to 2 in this opening set. Now it's a matter of what he can do with it. 16 years of age when he joined the boys national team and then the elite sports centre team. Got a good coach too, William Payer, the former coach of Marcos Bagdatis and Richard Gasquet, and I guess that knowledge came in handy when Zhang was able to beat Gasquet in round 2 of the ATP event in Beijing a couple of weeks back. easy put away, set up off the big first serve. Let's consolidate this break, really put the pressure back on Wu Di. He knows he's a dangerous opponent. They've split their matches in 2012. 2-2, and they've played a final, won a final each. Well, balancing out that ace, but handing it straight back with the double faults. I'd be disappointed here. A good start, and then handing it back. Unforced error and a double fault. Can't let a player of Wu Di's capabilities back into it. Gee, close to the line. Probably worth a question. Frustrated with himself, though. Then can just follow up with a serve like that. Now it's a matter of what he can do on this side as to how he's able to put 2 points together. Another game point. Looking for a big first serve. Suspect to be just looking to put it out wide. Wu with the unforced error. Zhang, in some respects, lucky to hang on there. He was in control, but just unable to string 2 points together. He gets through, consolidates the break. We're 4-2 now in this opening set. Men's singles quarterfinal action, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. The top half of the draw. Wu Di now needs to hold serve, or this set is pretty much gone. Just sliding through there. Wu Di delivered that serve. Give it a screech off the court. That's not what you want to do. The idea right, put that ball in deep. First double fault for the match. Oh, clever. Zhang ran out of options there. He got too close to the ball. It's the right idea from Wu Di here. That ball sat up. Zhang was able to get to that. It was a nice volley the second time, but just sitting up in no man's land. And plenty of time. Just very quick around the court, Zhang. And got the put away. Again, getting himself into a good position to really take control of the match, but just can't string consecutive points together. It's terrific work from Wu. Big first serve. Set out the point nicely. Game points. Bring it back to 4-3. Yep, always looking like going in. Wu holds. And Zhang with the break though. 4-3 in this opening set. Plenty of action still to come here on our feature courts. 2 more matches after this. Yuichi Sugita of Japan, the top seed. Hanging on Lai Ji of China. And then some doubles, men's doubles semi-final action. Those finals will be on tomorrow, along with the men's and women's singles semi-finals. So plenty of good action to come over the weekends. And a few spectators around this court. There are 3 courts in operation today. It's had as many as 4 throughout the tournament, which has had a qualifying phase and then into the main draw. So Zhang has the break at the moment at 4-3. Oh, he guessed right, and a great finish. It's one of the shots of the match. That was a great pickup by Wu. That ball kicking off the court. That was very close to the line. The question will be asked. The umpire will make a call on that. And that's going to miss. Great scrambling from the back of the court by Wu. Zhang doesn't look terribly comfortable at the net. You see just coming forward there. That was a great defensive lob. So Zhang was forced back and just went for the all or nothing shot. They just want to take a bit of pace off, create some angle. They're facing break points. happy again, Wu, but that was a good jamming serve from Zhang. Just looking for a big first serve. Oh, he got the big first serve, but Zhang there was just napping a little bit. It was a great return from Wu. And now we're all level again. 4 games all in this opening set. It's been an entertaining opening set of tennis. This men's singles quarterfinal. Well, it's a wild backhand, but Wu Di, I think the call may have been out. Which is a question that's being asked right now. Unfortunately, my Chinese isn't great. Let's have a look at the call here. Oh, gee, that looked to pick up some line. The very edge. A bit hard to tell though from that angle. Late call again here. Great attack again from Wu. Taking the opportunity to slowly moving his way into the net. Chance to hold here. 5-4 lead, then put pressure back on the Zhang serve. Change-up idea is okay, but that ball set up nicely for Wu. So quick around the court. He holds 5 games to 4 in this opening set. And the momentum has swung again in this match. Zhang was like he's just holding the aces, holding the edge. But then, as I said, these two are very evenly matched, and he was able to work his way back into it. Great day for tennis here in Nanjing. So for Zhang, the 4th seed here, will be looking to serve to stay in this opening set. Now the challenge, can he string 2 serves together? Now that's better. snatching at that forehand. He was under pressure. Another ace to add to the total. Get this back to 5-all. Put the pressure back on Wu. Just needs that easy service game.
Nice. That's right.
And he got it. All square again in this opening set. 5-all. Still no real indication of which way it's going to go. Break a piece in this opening set, and difficult to pick a trend in the match. Certainly an important service game now for Wu Di. Wants a couple of freebies on the first ball. Well, that won't help. Ball at the right height for Zhang. Just ripping across court. It's a great serve, just taking Zhang out of court on the backhand side. If the ball comes back, most likely it'll be short. Just trying to find some space there, Zhang. He's just getting jammed up when the ball's in the middle of the court and deep. Just what Wu Di is going to be looking for. Good pressure again, in control of the point. Well, now an opportunity for Zhang, just weathering the storm from Wu. So back to juice. Important first serve here for Wu.
Nice. That's right.
Just overplaying. Just sat back on it, let it float. Both players moving side to side. That was a great setup there. Just needed to come forward on that ball. Forced to reach just a little bit. So now Wu with the game point again. Perfect shots. Zhang was stranded well beyond the baseline. Wu gets the hold. 6 games to 5 now in this opening set. That was perfectly played. Zhang looked like he was going to get anywhere near that. Needed to be played pretty well. It's a soft touch, so it doesn't bounce too high. But did that very well. There it is, see, well beyond the baseline, just clearing the net. A great way to finish that game. So again, the pressure on Zhang to hold serve. Really, not a lot separating either of these players.
Hi.
It has been an entertaining match. Zhang just bounces out of the chair. It's a service game like the one he had previously. Does not want to be under any sort of pressure. Nicely done. Good aggressive play and the right intent from Zhang to go forward to the nets. I need to see a bit more of that. So a couple of 1 point away from sending this to a tiebreaker. This opening set. At the moment, it really is a matter of that return of serve. Get in, put pressure on your opponent. It's nicely done from the back of the court. Gee, digs out the ball well. Some of the impressive features of Wu's game. He'll be under pressure, but it just gets that ball so deep. Often off a half volley. Still with a game point though. 4 seed. Well, it's called fault. Great finish. Middle of the court to be able to generate that sort of power and create the angle. That was beautifully done. So again, Zhang just not able to string those consecutive points together. Well, nice if you're able to serve your way out of trouble like that. But yet another game point. This is where the big serve needs to come. And he gets it. We're off to a tiebreaker to decide this opening sets. Got to be happy with that. On serve in this tiebreaker so far, the mini breaks will be crucial here. Well, the way the game's trending, they're able to be taken back pretty quickly. Well, still had to play that extra shot. Great court coverage from both players. See, Zhang just trying to keep that ball in play, but Wu in control of the point. Well, there is the first of the mini breaks in this tiebreaker. And straight back again. So again, just following the trend of the match. Players able to attack. Opponent responds pretty much immediately. So the players will change ends here.
Control.
Jung, that player on your screen, the 4C, with a bit of work to do. Look at his work here, full stretch, just running side to side. Being run all over the court. Gave it absolutely everything, did Jung. And he came up with the points. And all over the court. That's a tough overhead for Wu Di.
Control. Control.
And beautifully played across court. So Wu now with plenty of set points. So Jung will want to come up with some big first serves.
Service right. Don't go to serve. Now 40. Now 15. Dino. Ready 15. Game 5. 2 games to love.
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been for our game.
Mr. John receiving medical timeout.
The 2012 women's final was a battle for the #1 spot in the world, with Victoria Azarenka making her first appearance in a Grand Slam decider, coming up against the 2008 champion Maria Sharapova. It was hard to split the two players, 3-all head-to-head record, both having dropped just the 2 sets en route to the final. This was the pair's first meeting in a slam final. Azarenka looked nervous in the opening stages of the match, dropping her opening service game. Sharapova raced to a 2-love lead, with Azarenka getting on the board in the third game. The Belarusian was working her way into the match, breaking back quickly before games went on serve through the mid part of the set. The pivotal moment in the set was Azarenka grabbing a break, despite Sharapova saving a couple of opportunities to go 5-3 up. Azarenka able to wrap up the opening set 6-3 in 46 minutes. It was the number 3 seed with the early advantage in the second set, breaking the Sharapova serve in the opening game. Sharapova was rattled and was broken again, with Azarenka growing in confidence, taking a 3-love lead. Sharapova was powerless to stop her opponent, the second set blowing out to 5-love. In the end, the player from Belarus had the belief, the standout player of the tournament, winning her first Grand Slam title in straight sets. Azarenka, now the new #1 in the world.
Really great moment for this wonderful players. He is the Australian Open Women's Singles Champion of 2012 in Belarus, Victoria Azarenka.
the crowning achievement for my whole career to have this be the Labour statement.
If I've done it once, maybe I can do it twice. Why not?
You know that when you go out there, you hope to be the champion at the end of the day.
Played a lot of the Australian Opens, and I've seen it change a bit over the years, and it's been a great tournament for me.
Shoot, I love you guys out here. Like, it's the best I've ever played any tournament in my whole life.
We're going to end up with the best facilities in the world for Grand Slam tennis.
One of sport's great modern-day rivalries produces yet another epic clash. Victoria Azarenka fulfills the dream. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the third time. That was simply extraordinary.
Good morning, everybody. You're one of the best players ever. You are one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight.
The 2012 women's final was a battle for the #1 spot in the world, with Victoria Azarenka making her first appearance in a Grand Slam decider, coming up against the 2008 champion Maria Sharapova. It was hard to split the two players, 3-all head-to-head record, both having dropped just the 2 sets en route to the final. This was the pair's first meeting in a Slam final. Azarenka looked nervous in the opening stages of the match, dropping her opening service game. Sharapova raced to a 2-love lead, with Azarenka getting on the board in the third game. The Belarusian was working her way into the match, breaking back quickly before games went on serve through the mid part of the set. The pivotal moment in the set was Azarenka grabbing a break, despite Sharapova saving a couple of opportunities to go 5-3 up. Azarenka able to wrap up the opening set 6-3 in 46 minutes. It was the #3 seed with the early advantage in the second set, breaking the Sharapova serve in the opening game. Sharapova was rattled and was broken again, with Azarenka growing in confidence, taking a 3-love lead. Sharapova was powerless to stop her opponent, the second set blowing out to 5-love. In the end, the player from Belarus had the belief, the standout player of the tournament, winning her first Grand Slam title in straight sets. Azarenka, now the new #1 in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to centre court for this year's championship final.
It is a tough question.
There's really no way to truly define that answer.
It's not a good argument.
You know, one of the greats of all time, you know, if not the greatest of all time.
But in terms of skill level, I would think that Rod Laver and Roger Federer are on a very similar level.
To win all 4 slams was an amazing effort.
Federer's got the most Grand Slams. Let's keep it nice and simple.
It's a different game these days by a lot of measuring sticks. The racket still is the measuring stick in men's tennis.
At the same time as you're always looking at the number. And the number is 17.
Federer and Laver, 2 of the greatest.
The 2012 Australian Open wrapped up with the #1 player in the world, Novak Djokovic, taking on the world #2, Rafael Nadal, for the men's singles title. The head-to-head is in the Spaniards' favour, 16-13, but last year the pair met 6 times in finals, with Djokovic winning each one. Nadal was looking to make a statement early. Nadal striking first, breaking the Djokovic serve to go 3-2 up. Djokovic got his opportunity to break back not long after, levelling the opening set at 4-all. Nadal was able to carry the momentum from there, breaking Djokovic to go 6-5 up. Despite Djokovic saving a couple of set points, Nadal was able to serve out the opening set 7-5. The second set was following a similar pattern to the first, with some long rallies keeping the crowd on the edge of its seat. But Djokovic was making the running, breaking the Nadal serve to take a 3-1 lead. The Serbian was racing away with the set, getting out to a 5-2 lead and having a set point, which Nadal saved, and he continued to pile on the pressure. But Djokovic wasn't going to be denied, breaking the Nadal serve again to level the match at 1-all. The third set belonged to the Serbian, breaking Nadal to go to a 3-1 lead. It was a dominant display from the world #1, breaking again to take the set 6-2. The match extended into its third hour at the beginning of the fourth set, with games going on serve. The best chance of a break was Djokovic at 4-3, but Nadal saved 3 break points and was able to level at 4-all. Just after that game, the heavens opened and play was delayed while the court was cleaned up. Djokovic wasn't affected, holding serve with one of the shots of the match. Nadal continued to fight and the set went to a tie-break. It was Djokovic setting the pace in the tie-break, grabbing a decisive lead. But Nadal fought back, roaring into the breaker to level at 5-all. The Spaniard levelling the match at 2-all. The fifth set was a battle of attrition, neither player giving an inch, the first break going to Nadal. But again, Djokovic rose from the canvas to break back immediately. The capacity crowd on Rod Laver Arena wasn't going anywhere despite it being 1 in the morning. We also crossed the mark for the longest match at the Australian Open. The decisive moment in the final set coming with Djokovic breaking to go 6-5 up. The world #1 was able to serve it out and take his third Australian Open title in 5 hours and 53 minutes in the greatest final in Australian Open history. It was also the longest match in Grand Slam final history and a fitting way to end the 2012 Australian Open tournament.
Here's the one to win. He is the Australian Open champion of 2012 in Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Hello, good morning everyone and welcome to the launch of the Australian Open for 2012. We're set for another all-star cast.
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been for our game.
Back here and seeing the name on this unbelievable stadium, it's a great honor to be here, and I think it's the crowning jewel of my whole career is seeing the stadium lit up.
When you were playing, there was the same sort of gap that there is today between the 4 top players and the rest of them, or not?
You know, again, when you're playing amateur tennis and you're playing, you know, just playing in the tournaments. You don't have the what I guess is the criteria of, you know, who wants to win it. But it's amateur tennis, so no one was really, you know, high on the saying, I've got to win this tournament for my career. There was no career because you're playing amateur tennis. There's no money in it. So, you know, it's changed. The whole cycle has changed, and, you know, for the good. We played on grass. Most of our tennis, except for Europe, was on grass. You know, when the circuit was played, you know, when Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide was all on a grass court tournament, and then of course the grass court circuit in England, and then the grass court circuit in the US. So, you know, a totally different sort of world of how we played. It was a serve and volley game back in those years, because not too many of the grass courts you'd say were up to par with Wimbledon, and so, you know, you let the ball bounce. It may not bounce. So that's where the serve and volley routine came into play.
What do you think of the Hawkeye? Do you wish you had that at your time?
The Hawkeye? No. We had sort of suspect umpires at times. We had actually there was always some sort of fun stories, but, you know, Wimbledon, you know, you had to be a certain age before you can get onto Wimbledon to be a linesman. But then all at the same time, you look back and the linesman's asleep. so you know, it again, it was amateur tennis. So, you know, and that was just a thrill for everybody to be part of Wimbledon and be able to, you know, be there. But, you know, again, now it's a totally different world. Leighton's been a great credit to Australian tennis. You know, he's a fighter, and the Australian public, you know, they like a full effort when they're watching a match, and I think Leighton proved that, you know, he pulled off some unbelievable matches in his career, and even the other night when he took a set off Djokovic, no one was thinking that was possible, but here he is. But he, you know, at 30 or 31.
As we welcome you back to Nanjing in China after a few little technical problems as we bounce this signal all around the world. The men's singles quarterfinal continuing. Yuichi Sugita of Japan. It's on your screen there, receiving serve. Li Jie of China. Li serving in the opening game of the match, Peter Ricardo, alongside David Bidmead, who's wandered into the commentary position. Very nice to see you.
Yeah, you too, Pete. Thanks for having me along.
Travelling all over the world, and here we are in China.
That's right. And very much looking forward to seeing this match, in particular Sugita, who's been on the cusp, I guess, of breaking into a lot of the bigger tournaments this year. Let's see how he goes as top seed here.
Li holds opening game of this first set. Just to tidy up the match previous to this, Wu Di, 7-6, 6-2 winner of Zheng Ji of China, the 4th seed. So a bit of an upset there, although those two pretty evenly matched. Certainly during this season they have been. But means Wu is through to the semi-finals, and will play the winner of this match, this quarter-final here. This one you have to say is a little bit of a mismatch in terms of rankings anyway. Sugita, the top seed, ranked 141 in the world, just off his highest of 139. Has 13 futures titles, including 2 this year, 1 last week in Japan. He's getting ready to serve now. Just to give you an idea of his progression so far this season, he's been playing a bit of Grand Slam qualifying and reached the final round of qualifying at the Australian Open and also Wimbledon this year, and also reached the quarterfinals of an ATP event in Chennai, which is one of the opening tournaments of the season back in January. So has had a big year, the 24-year-old, and comes in here just on the edge of direct entry to the AO, but needs to play this event.
He's very close, isn't he, Pete? He's on the cusp, as we mentioned early, to cracking the Grand Slams. And Japan have quite a few good players at the moment. Of course, Nishikori, superstar.
Well, wasn't it fantastic to see Kei winning his home tournament Tokyo a couple of weeks ago? It was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely awesome effort.
Well, his opponent, Li Jie, is returning serve, 26 years of age, 379 in the world. He's been as high as 307 earlier this year. 5 futures titles, a couple this year he's managed to pick up along the way, and got plenty of doubles titles as well. So, seems to be a common theme across today that if you're not having too much success on the singles court, invariably having some success on the doubles court to keep you going. And played in Davis Cup, represented China in Davis Cup this year too, and played against Australia in Geelong at the start of the year, played in the doubles.
Had a good first round win as well over another Japanese player.
Game Sugita, 1 game off.
Sugita holding there, we're on serve. Yeah, Maria is his opponent, 6-4, 6-3. Sugita, the top seed, had a bye in the opening rounds. Struggling a little bit with the sun as it moves across the courts in the early afternoon.
Perfect playing conditions out there besides the sun there, Pete. It's about the only factor that you could complain about, but really beautiful conditions, and much like what they're going to get here in January for the Aussie Open.
Perhaps a little bit cooler at the moment, about 23 Celsius a minute.
You never know with Melbourne.
First double fault for the match for Lee. Sagita just a door slightly ajar here to get an early break. Good part for the players playing in this wildcard playoff is that they haven't had to travel too far with most of the tour events, both top line and challenger and futures level, being held in Asia at the moment. It's good work. Sagita from the back of the court was in control of that point. Both players moving side to side, but he had the upper hand.
Very aggressive from Sagita. You can see his court positioning there right up on the baseline, and Lee a couple of metres behind, trying to run everything down. Very aggressive player, Sagita, so far in this match.
Well, that was right in the hitting zone there. Pretty comfortable put away. So there's the break. 2 games to 1, the number 1 seed leading in this opening set. Men's quarterfinal action, the semis to come tomorrow. And then the final on Sunday, find out who grabs this Australian Open wildcard. Reasonably impressive start.
Yeah, he looks pretty good, Sagita, from the back of the court. Playing very aggressive. I think by the looks of the first few games, Lee's going to have to try and dictate play a bit more here. At the moment, very much on the back foot.
Well, he's got to try and throw Sagita off balance. The trouble is that he's standing inside the baseline, Sagita, at the moment, but he's also standing in the middle of the court. He's not having to move too far side to side. And maybe try a few different things to throw him off his rhythm. Try and get him off balance. Move forward. Keep moving side to side. Try and put some angle on the ball. Take the pace off a little bit.
Absolutely.
Easier said than done, of course.
It is, it is. But no, he looks pretty comfortable, the top seed out there at the moment. We see with a lot of Asian players, they move so well, very quick around the court. And Sagita is a pretty good example of that. Great 1-2 play there from Sagita. The big serve out wide, stepping in, taking it nice and early. Didn't have to do too much with it. Get it out in front and let the racket do the rest.
Well, that one though, on the other hand, when it sits up nicely, not having to do much there, drive it down the line.
30-15.
There's that court coverage right there. Even though he's on the back foot, still able to keep the ball nice and deep.
Absolutely. I don't mind that from Lee, though, because you saw him right up on the baseline and dictating play a bit more, and he's going to have to play a lot more like that to really find his way in this match.
3-1 opening sets. Taking a look at this Sugita serve.
Very neat serve without being a massive bomb. Efficient, placing it well so far. It's probably serving around 180.
15 love.
There's the reply.
Very nice example there, the serve. It's tough on the tour these days. Every player can pretty much serve 200 Ks. I mean,
Well, you need to
200.
have it, really, don't you, on the men's tour? You need to be able to up with those speeds.
Absolutely.
Sat back nicely. Sized it up deep into the corner of the court. And even if that wasn't a winner, still have Lee on the back foot. He's still able to come forward. Something a little different there, trying to find the angle.
Good serve from Lee. He needs a few more of those. Been in a bit of trouble when that first serve hasn't gone in. Sugita taking these returns very early in his first couple of games.
Oh, too big.
30-40.
Too big. Was a great return though. Full stretch. The idea was right to put it in deep, but getting it straight back to him wasn't the best of options.
So very good second serve from Lee, getting Sugita off court. He needs to mix up his second serve a bit more like that, perhaps go for a bit more. Not give him too much rhythm. Beautiful play though, getting him off court and finishing up the line.
Now, those overheads can be tricky, particularly when you're coming forward like that. You see off the follow-up here. So sets it up nicely, comes in, gets into position early, and great finish.
Nice footwork there as well. A couple of quick short steps to make sure he was in position.
That's a good hold. So to get a 3-2 in this opening set. Do all the hard work. So get it with the break. Top seed in this event. Talked a little bit about Chinese tennis and the men competing in this draw and how they're the future of men's tennis in China to try and get on a par with what the women's program's doing. But the Japanese men, obviously Kei Nishikori has been the trailblazer, I guess, for a lot of the Japanese players coming through. And you look at a player like Sugita and it opens the door to a few more opportunities for these players to try and break through.
That's right, it's a great event, this one, and yeah, guys like Sugita who would have to grind it out through qualifying, obviously, normally, get to come here and try and get the wild card, and you really feel like you earned it as well if you can win a tournament like this, and instead of being handed one, or yeah, I guess if you have to qualify as well, you really feel like you earned it, but a great opportunity for everyone here.
He comes in great form off winning that Futures event in Japan before coming over here.
13 Futures titles you mentioned earlier, Pete. It's a fair few.
Certainly is. 13 more than me.
And me. Lee just pressing that backhand a bit too much. Shows you how hard the game of tennis is when a guy like Sugita can win 13 Futures titles, yet can't quite get to that next level. He's very close, but...
Well, it's that balance really between playing at that second tier level and trying to qualify yourself into the top level events. That's the tricky part, is knowing where that balance is. It's a good hold. 4-2, so still has this break in the opening set.
And it might only take one or two opportunities, like getting a wild card into the Australian Open and you win a couple of rounds and you're on your way. We've seen that with a few players that are very close and then they have a breakthrough tournament or breakout tournament, but like Milos Raonic did a couple of years ago at the Aussie Open. He qualified and made the 4th round and of course top 20 now. But, all it takes is one or two sort of breakthrough tournaments.
Well,
get into that next level.
Exactly, and the main draw of a Grand Slam, the points that you earn from that, particularly when you have no points to defend, sets you up beautifully. Win or lose.
Absolutely.
Just looking at the way that they're going about it at the moment, Lee is having to work so hard from the back of the court. Sugita, he just looks just pretty relaxed.
He does, just stepping in, taking it early. And Lee, it feels like the longer the rally goes, he's feeling the pressure more and feels like he needs to pull the trigger. And yeah, he's just drawing a few unforced errors at the moment, Sugita is.
So then the unforced errors start to come, having to push that extra little bit, particularly when you've got a player down the other end of the court who's so consistent, just not making too many unforced errors.
He's super solid, Sugita. That second serve of Lee again, just not really doing enough with it.
Just line up like that.
He's looking pretty good.
And the confidence, his confidence would be building now. That's how he can afford to go for shots like that.
This is where Lee's got to, like you said a bit earlier, come up with something a bit different. Perhaps throw in a serve volley or come forward at him a bit more. He's very much on the back foot here.
It's a better serve, but that's the only thing that's keeping him in it at the moment. Let's find some way to break this rhythm. You have to get a few more unforced errors from your opponent. A couple of cheap points.
Great pick up from Lee there.
What a desperation than anything else. I think he had a look at the line too, Lee, after he hit that.
It's a pretty deep ball. He was in a lot of trouble if he didn't make that. One down, double break.
So this is a good fight back off the back of the first serve. And a good hold. So get still with the break though, 4-3 in the opening sets. He's having to do everything the hard way, that player on your screen.
Yeah, he's just hanging in there the last couple of service games. Making sure that Sugita only stays the one break ahead. But this is where he needs to do something a bit different on the returns and perhaps step in, try and dictate play a little more. Maybe come forward.
Well, I would like to see if he can throw in some slice even. Just change the speed of the ball, because at the moment, Sugita's standing there and just going, this is all coming in at one pace to me.
You're exactly right, Pete. It's not much variation going on out there.
No, and that's the problem, because Sugita's seeing the ball pretty well. Not going to blast him off the court. So it's more about what can be done to change that up. What can be done to get that short ball? We know he can attack. He's pretty handy at the net, but just getting to that stage is the main issue at the moment.
It's always hard for a player to realise during a match, or when to realise, okay, I need to change my game here. This is not working the way I'm playing. It's very hard. Often, you know, you might be quite stubborn and keep playing the same way. But the sooner this happens for Lee, then he can hopefully work his way back into the match.
The only problem, of course, is he's a breakdown, so the inroads need to start right now.
Net. First up. Love.
I like the way he described his serve. It's just very neat. It's very matter of fact, isn't it? Just, yep, let's get this out of the way and get into the rally.
Yeah, not as much focus on it as I think there should be, perhaps.
Holds to love. It's working effectively at the moment, 5-3. But it's more about the potential for that serve, because it starts off nicely. It's getting the ball into play, good position around the court, maybe room just to crank it up a little bit more, so it does become that a bigger weapon. But it's working so far.
It is. Lee not quite making enough returns at the moment.
I think Sagita was waiting for a call there.
And that's the error that he can't afford to do, Lee. Great first serve, but didn't really move his feet, just waited for the ball. Cannot wait for the ball, got to get in position and move up to it.
Well, nice finish there from Sagita, just getting forward into the ball, racing towards this first set.
That's first serves, got him out of trouble a few times in the last couple of games. Lee, another one again. Very much reliant on it so far.
Well, they have the time to be able to move across and just take that on the forehand. Shows you the lack of pace on that serve, but brings up set point now for the top seed in this event. That'll do. It's a late call, but it's the right one. Sagita takes the opening set of this quarter-final, and I think he's off for a little bathroom break.
And
I think Sagita's just taken off very quickly. The lines people just having to wait.
He was in a hurry, wasn't he?
He was. He's straight off the court. And someone needed to follow him pretty quickly. So confirmation of the score, 6-3. Sagita at the moment doing this pretty comfortably.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, leader has to retire due to fever.
Well, after the first set here, the players appear to be leaving the court. Kenji Sugita has left the court pretty quickly. Try and find out exactly what's happening there.
Looks like Lee might have been injured.
Well, potentially, but I didn't see the players shaking hands at any stage. So the players are off the court. You'd see the umpire's out of his chair. We might already have a result here in this match. Although I didn't hear the umpire make any sort of calls or anything like that. We'll try and clarify exactly what happened there. Well, just hearing word that Lee has been forced to retire with a fever, so it means that Yuichi Sugita has, well, he was having a pretty comfortable match. Well, it got even better from there because he's just taken the first set 6-3 and doesn't have to play the second.
And all the way through the semis already, pretty easy path for him, a bye and then playing one set. He was very much in control of that match. And yeah, fever from Lee.
Yeah, exactly. So he will now play Wu Di in the semi-final coming up tomorrow. And we'll wait and see whether that will be on our feature court, but it looks like it might be in the semi-final in the top half of the draw. So Wu Di having a win today. Wang Xiang of China in the women's quarterfinal earlier today, straight sets winner as well, the number 2 seed in the women's event there. We'll endeavour to get you some other results from the outside courts today as well, including Kai Chen Chang from Taipei, the top seed in the women's event, who beat Sam Stosur last week in Osaka. We'll try and get a score of her match. Also Jimmy Wang, the 2nd seed, playing Yuki Bambari of Indonesia in a men's quarterfinal on court number 1, and some other matches around as well. But in the meantime, not too far away from a start now in the doubles semi-final, and we'll see Wu Di in action again, and his partner Zhang Zhengzhen, and they're taking on the Taipei pairing of Li and Peng. We'll have that for you coming up very soon. Our final match for broadcast from Nanjing for today, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. We'll be back in a moment.
If you've never played tennis before, cardio tennis is fantastic. We use modified balls, so the modified balls becomes what we call an equaliser, so it makes everybody be able to get a really, really good hit. So it doesn't matter what standard you are, you just get out there and have a bit of fun. The music's blaring, and you know what? It's not about winning or losing, it's about getting fit and enjoying your tennis.
At the start of the session, you get a heart rate monitor and a heart rate watch. You attach the monitor to your body, which measures the actual heart rate. And then you've got other parts to the watch which actually measure the calories burned, how your heart rate's tracked throughout the workout, and everything you really need to monitor your progress. We actually do regular checks of the heart rate to make sure people are in their, what we call the heart rate zone or cardio zone. If they're below that 65% heart rate, then we'll work them harder. If they're above, we'll get them to slow down a bit. You can burn between about 400 and 700 calories.
It's the crowning achievement for my whole career to have this be the Labour Stadium.
If I've done it once, maybe I can do it twice. Why not?
You know that when you go out there, you hope to be the champion at the end of the day.
Played a lot of the Australian Opens, and I've seen it change a bit over the years, and it's been a great tournament for me.
Shoot, I love you guys out here. Like, it's the best I've ever played any tournament in my whole life.
We're going to end up with the best facilities in the world for Grand Slam tennis.
One of sport's great modern-day rivalries produces yet another epic clash. Victoria Azarenka fulfills the dream. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the third time. That was simply extraordinary.
Good morning, everybody. You're one of the best players ever. You're one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight.
Welcome back to Nanjing as we complete the program on our feature courts. And we've got a men's doubles semi-final. The partnership of Wu and Zhang coming up against the team of Li, as you can see on your screen, and Peng, the number 2 seeds in this event. Peter Mikado alongside David Bidmead, and well, some doubles to finish off. It's your best of 2 sets with a match tie break to decide if required at 1 set all. The sudden death juice as well.
Exciting format, this one, Pete.
A little bit of getting used to, and on offer a place in the final and a chance to get a wild card into the doubles events at the Australian Open for next year.
Good idea doing this as well for the doubles players. Give guys an opportunity here on the doubles circuit to get directly into main draw Grand Slam. Once again, an excellent opportunity. And what I like about this format is there's a lot of pressure on every game, and especially on your serve, not dropping serve. If you get down a break point, you're in a lot of trouble because it's actually 2.
Exactly. So we'll get the players out on court in just a few moments. But we won't be too far away from a start in this one. Been a good day for tennis. looking forward to getting into the semi-finals, and of course the doubles final will be held tomorrow. How do you go with sudden death juice?
Yeah, look, I go okay, I think. I guess it's the main decision is who takes it.
Yep.
So if someone's in a bit of good returning form during the match, then generally they might take it. Or if there's one particular strong returner in the doubles team, then you'll see they generally take the return. Also, you might factor in if someone has a really good serve, perhaps to the ad side, then, or they're serving well to the ad side, then okay, let's the person on the juice side take the sudden death point or the no ad point. But yeah, there's a few things you need to consider. You see a few players do rock, scissor, paper. Just for a bit of fun.
When things aren't going so well, or going too well.
Exactly. Okay, what do we do? Rock it out. I wouldn't think these guys would be doing that.
So we have a listen to the umpire. So it looks like the toss has been won, and the choice to receive. I think that's what I heard anyway.
I think you're right, Pete.
Okay, so let's look at the two teams here as they get stuck into their warm-ups. I'd love to run a theory on the warm-up. Spend a lot of time in doubles hitting cross court, most of the time hitting cross court, yet we warm up down the line.
Do you know what? That's actually a great idea.
Trial.
That's never been thought about.
Hitting cross court.
Doubles warm-up should be cross court.
Well, you spend most of your time trying to generate that angle.
Makes complete sense.
I'll write that one down then. You heard it here first.
Letter to the ATP.
Yeah, exactly. Send it through. We'll introduce it at Challenger level first and then see how it takes off.
Trial it out there.
I understand what it's for, obviously, just trying to get into some sort of rhythm, but why not try and do a cross court the way you would in a match?
Tell you what, next match I play, I'm going to try and start this. Maybe a club level or something.
Yeah, not sure who you partner up with might be very happy with that. When you start firing cross court, they're trying to go down the line. So the pairing of Wu and Zhang. Well, interesting story here. We'll get to Wu D first and go through some of his stats. Sitting at 708 in the doubles. Fair to say he's more of a singles specialist than doubles. Won a handful of doubles titles at futures level, but more known for his singles prowess. Zhang Zhijiang is 16 years of age.
Wow.
And this is really his first foray into big-time tennis. Obviously still very much qualifying and going through the junior ranks at the moment. There's Wu Di at 16 years of age, which is just amazing. Obviously doesn't have a doubles ranking at the moment, so anything could happen out there today, but wonderful experience.
Huge opportunity for him.
Should also point out that it's a men's doubles semi-final, not a mixed doubles semi-final. But we don't know a hell of a lot about him, so we're going to be trying to work out his game as we go along. Just amazing at 16 years of age to be out there and playing this level of tennis.
Yeah, well, he's 2 matches away from main draw doubles berth at the Australian Open. Might see a few nervous moments from him out there.
Do you see yourself in a wildcard playoff at 16?
No.
When you're at your prime.
Probably, yeah.
Well, they take on the pairing of Li and Peng from Chinese Taipei. And they are the number 2 seeds heading into this event. And, well, a point to prove. Try and get that elusive doubles wildcard. And difficult to get. And the way it works generally in doubles, particularly if you're sort of on the brink of direct entry, is to try and do sort of like a dating service with potential partners to try and work out. It's all the numbers game to work out what ranking you are and you know, whether you've got enough combined to qualify into the events. It's very strange how that works. And
it is.
Mobile phones get a good workout.
They do. And if you go past the player services desk at most tournaments, you'll see a lot of names scrubbed out and a lot of changes last minute, especially with the mixed doubles. They always trying to find a partner. And yeah, it is like a dating service.
And often it can be just a last minute thing as well.
Absolutely.
Try and work out, particularly if you have a good tournament the one before, and put it all together. But we've just seen a glimpse of the team from Chinese Taipei. This is Peng, Senyin Peng, who, as you can see there, his ranking is 255 in doubles. He's won a handful of doubles titles in 2012. Actually had quite a good year on the Futures circuit, and then won all the way back in 2007. 22 years of age, and teaming up with Sinhan Lee, who is 99 in the world in doubles, which is quite respectable. Has won a whole heap of titles on the Futures circuit mainly, and occasionally teaming up with Peng as well. So they have won a title together. That was in Thailand this year. And they'll be looking to continue on with that form. So handy having a doubles partner who you play with on a regular basis and getting to understand their game. You build up your skills on the doubles courts, and means you go into tournaments like this with a seeding.
That's right. I think it's one of the most important things with doubles, to have a regular partner, and then you kind of get an understanding of where each other's moving and what kind of a shot that your partner's going to play at any given moment.
So just to repeat, the doubles format here is similar to how they are playing it on the ATP Tour, which is a sudden death juice point. So when it gets to juice, the next point will decide who wins the game. And following on from that, it is the best of 2 sets. And if it's 1 set all at that stage, we'll play a tie break to decide the match, which will be up to 10.
Yep, that's right, a match tie break.
With an advantage of 2, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and of course, receiver's choice on that sudden death point.
Match tie break will be played at 1 set off. To the left of the chair from Chinese Taipei, Li Xin-hung and Peng Xiangyin. And to the right of the chair from China, Wu Di and Zhang Yuzhen. Wu Zhang won the toss and chose to receive.
So they're going to be receiving the Chinese pairing. So you can hear from our umpire. Been a great day. If you're just catching up with the results, Wang Xiang of China, the 2nd seed in the women's event, had a win in her quarter-final over Liang Chen. That was followed up by Wu Di, who's out on court at the moment. Had an upset win over Zhang Ji of China, the 4th seed, 7-6, 6-2. And then Yuichi Sugita, the top seed in the men's, won his quarter-final. 6-3 the first set, and then Li Jie of China was forced to retire with a fever. So we're at this stage. Keep up to date with all the results, what's happening across the complex, and the final results and the draw sheets and the order of play, tennis.com.au. You can find all the information there across the weekend as we get into the business end.
First set, Li Xin-hung to serve. Ready? Play. 15 left.
Fair start. That is a big serve.
Very strongly built, Lee.
Well, we can look at the points in a couple of respects there. That the good movement forward, at least on that, but just that slice was
slight brain fade there.
Yeah.
Interesting to see 3 players back on the baseline as well there for 1 second.
Yeah, they've got the defensive stance going for both serves.
40 love.
It's the way the modern game's going, really, isn't it? You're giving that serve a lot of respect, and players more and more comfortable from the back of the court. So choosing to stay back, just
See
fire from the baseline.
A lot of European players in doubles stay back, especially on a clay court. It's very common. Sit back and rip their ground strokes, rely on their ground strokes a bit more.
Regulation for the team from Taipei, the number 2 seeds in that opening game.
Interesting to see Lee not serve volleying as well once there. Big serve. He really launches into it.
And more often than not, you're going to get those short replies, so you can move in pretty quickly. The only time you'd be in any sort of trouble off that big first serve in particular is if they're able to just get a racket to and create that angle and you're not quite at the net.
Love 15.
No doubt the 16-year-old be feeling a little bit nervous out there. Real opportunity, real step up to the big time. Handy that he's got an experienced player alongside in Wu Di. Terrific move.
Great cross at net from Lee. I think we expect to see the young 16-year-old perhaps target a little more here. We're obviously a bit more experienced.
Well, yeah, exactly. What that cross did was put doubt into Zhang's mind. Do I keep going cross court? Do I have a go down the line? That pressure's on.
Last 40.
Great deep return from Lee again. That's one of the key factors in doubles. Try and keep your opponents guessing. Don't let them get into a rhythm, whether it be serving, returning, serve volleying. Make sure there's a lot of movement out there.
15 4.
So important here for Wu Di just to settle his teammate down a little bit. So focus on the first ball. I'll help you out the net.
Game.
The problem was that serve sat up. Just had the whole court to work with. So just decided to go straight through Wu Di. And that'll come with experience.
I think he's going to have to perhaps try and serve volley. He can't keep going like he did in that first game.
Peng Seng Yin to serve.
Next for serve.
Saw just earlier the discussion between the two Chinese Taipei players. A couple of things going on there. Where's the serve going and what's going to be happening at the net are the two things, primarily.
Great return from Wu, taking it very early. I'd love to see doubles players mic'd up and we actually hear what they say. Perhaps that might happen in the future sometime.
Well, we have it at exhibition events for players being able to talk through how they go about it. nicely finished. Wu Di with plenty of doubles experience. Terrific return. So now a couple of break points here just to work back into the match.
Game, Wu Jump.
It was there, so they get the break back, Wu and Zhang.
Lead by 2 games to 1.
The team from Chinese Taipei, 2 games to 1, leaders in this opening set. I reckon this Wu Di there saying to his partner, you just get it back cross court and I'll help you out as much as possible.
And we can see he's in his ear pretty much the whole time, which is very good leadership from him. Obviously, being only 16, it's a big moment for him.
Well, the other thing too is that Wu would have seen how these guys have played and seen them come up through Futures and Challenger and seen them around the place. So they'll know the strengths and weaknesses, but I think at the moment for the Chinese pairing, it's back to basics. Okay, what's the first step, second step, and think your way through the match from there. I think for Zhang it would be a bit of a step up in pace as well. So getting used to that and adjusting to that as well.
So 3 games so far, Pete. We haven't seen one serve volley.
No, we haven't, which is interesting.
You mentioned that's the way it's going. Tennis and doubles.
Well, it's nicely covered. Zhang, lucky that he didn't hit that. But that ball just set up nicely. He just put it away, left it for Wu standing behind him.
Right, please. Right, please.
Well, you got your serve volley.
I've been waiting for it. Didn't pay off though. Slightly upright in the volley, Wu. Good connection, just needed to get down a little bit lower.
Timing issue there. What essentially you're saying by staying back there is that as soon as that return comes back cross court, it's a 50-50 contest again. And in fact, it's probably the advantage back to the receiver because they've got the opportunity to put the ball deep. You get taken out of position, your net player, you then can rush the net and really take the game on. Not the most convincing of volleys, but it's enough to do the job. That's a terrific serve.
Great serve. As we've seen Lee so far, on every second serve is run around and hit a forehand, so obviously looking for it again. Slide it into the body and cram in there, didn't have time to get around and hit that big forehand that he's got. Very smart serve from Wu.
And he went around again. Even if he was able to get onto that, that ball's going cross court. Your net player is standing right in the middle of the court, ready just to knock that off.
All over it.
Yep.
monster, isn't it?
It absolutely is.
A grunt to go along with it.
Just the raw power in that serve.
Awesome return from Wu.
And we saw Zhang step into the service line, so they've gone out of that defensive position on the second serve. They're getting a good sider at it now.
Ow! 13-15.
Another mammoth serve from Lee.
What speed do you reckon that is? We obviously don't have the radar gun for this tournament.
210, 220, I would think. It's getting up there.
Oh.
Well, if all else fails, try and go through the player. And as you've been talking about, they're obviously targeting Zhang here as the more inexperienced of that pair. Well, again, that's the experience factor coming out. Although it was interesting that he did move across the other side of the court to pick this up. As you can see here.
Cut directly in front of him. But he's a more experienced player. He's the stronger player. He's leading by example.
Correction.
Well, the lines person on that service line is having a little bit of trouble just with the speed of the serve because it is huge. Well, that's better.
Design points, receiver's choice.
So we get into this situation now where we
First
have
one we've had.
receiver's choice. So the next points, this point coming up, will decide the game.
Probably guess who's going to take it.
Yes. Fair to say we're moving into the ad court. And this return going to Wu. Well, that's a good break against the player in Lee who is serving thunderbolts down. That's a really important break, and looks like the Chinese pair have settled.
Wu's returning really well. He's leading by example for the young 16-year-old. I think with Lee, just with his serve, he's probably got to think a bit more about placement as well. At the moment, he's just throwing up there and trying to hit it as hard as he can. Probably needs to place the ball a bit more better, a bit more accurate, and yeah, hopefully get a few more points that way.
It's also part of the reason, I guess, why he's not serve volleying either. So if you've got that placement, or you can take the pace off the ball and kick it out wide, you get your opponent out of position. Yes, they are out of position because they're on the back foot, but the ball's coming straight to them.
Absolutely. It's not your traditional doubles we're seeing out there.
It's not. It's very interesting. It is a different way of looking at it, though.
It is.
So the break of serve to the Chinese pairing on your screen. Zhang, 16 years of age, as we've been talking about, stepping up to serve again.
Love 15.
Massive come on from Lee, trying to fire up his partner. Get the momentum back their way.
Love 30.
He left it. Zhang was in two minds, I think, with that. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Great angle.
Just catching the back of the line there, I think.
Would you have hit it?
Went pretty quickly. I probably would have missed it. Very makeable volley from Lee. I like the play though, closing right on top of the net. One thing you should note, Peng should really follow him in as well. If he sees his partner going in, he should definitely join him. A lot more intimidating if you're both moving in at once. It's a general rule of doubles as well.
Oh, he's missed it. Oh, we've had everything here. This is, as you say, not your traditional game of doubles. They are moving out wide.
Don't know how he missed that one.
We've got the off forehand working. We're working deep into the corners. Set up perfectly for Wu. Just going back to your point, though, about not moving in together. Would that be a tactical thing, do you think?
Perhaps given Zhang is the one at the baseline.
Yes.
Excellent return from Peng.
So that's the break back. We're at 3 games all now in this opening sets. The men's doubles semi-final. The winner of this match to play the winner of semi-final, which is being played on an outside court between Gong, or the partnership of Gong and Zhang, or Zhang Ji, as we saw earlier today, taking on the number 4 seeds in Danae Udumshok and Jimmy Wang. So that match to follow a little bit later on one of the other courts.
15 love.
Clearly the position of the sun's not helping.
Looks like I was going to say, Pete, it looks like the sun's caused a few problems out there. It's gone second serve ace and then double fault. Explosive play from Wu. Being very aggressive off the returns.
What he's saying to his partner is this is the sort of hustle you're going to need.
Once again, stepping in front of Zhang and taking the forehand. If you get the result like that, then that's the way to do it.
Exactly. Oh,
amazing shot
off
from
the
Lee.
top of the net.
Great touch.
Oh, that's a good angle.
40.
Not sure how intentional that was, but
yeah,
that went really
shot.
well.
Nearly taking his partner's head off as well. Lee
Not used to him being at the net.
Yeah, that's right. See, Lee's very close to the net. He's right on top of it. Almost too close. Take a step back, give himself a bit more space.
Game.
Works well that time though.
Yep, all over the net that time, Lee. And we're on serve in this opening set, our final match for broadcast today, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Yeah, sort of flip the tactics around a little bit for this sort of doubles when it's not the traditional form, so you don't sort of go along basic sort of lines of coming into the net and crossing and all that sort of stuff. Imagine the communication would be different, the messages would be different as well.
I think our Australian viewers, especially, well, traditionally growing up, it's serve volley in the second serve, you know, make the return down at the feet, and everyone just keep trying to close in at net. I've seen a little bit of that, but not much serve volley. I've seen a tactic a lot is to attack the net player, sit back and unleash your forehand at the net player sitting there, almost like a sitting duck.
Yeah, well,
it's worked quite well though.
Dangerous but rare that we've seen a player at the net.
Love 15.
Bit of luck there off the tape. An apology which less than sincere. It's of course the problem when the ball drops short.
Good to see a bit of movement at net from Zhang there.
Oh. $30-15.
Well, he's sort of caught there at the net. He was going in one direction to move across, but then just the ball came back towards him. And he just got stuck coming back the other way.
Slightly awkward volley, but probably still should have made it. Big point right here. There's again that tactic of attacking the net player, in particular Zhang, the young 16-year-old. Probably not as comfortable at net as Wu, that's for sure. A couple of break points here.
Net. Person.
Again, he's just got to watch for that Zhang at the net. Hit it straight at Lee.
Very lucky.
So it'll be interesting to see who takes the receive here.
Would not be surprised if this return goes at Zhang at net.
Game.
So there's the break.
Li Peng lead by 5 games to 3.
5-3 now in this opening sets.
I want to talk a little bit of tennis fashion with you at the moment, Pete. Ankle socks. See Peng sporting the ankle socks there. Probably going out the window, I would have thought.
Oh, really?
I haven't seen them around for a long time.
You're not getting around in them?
No.
He's the only player on the court that has that.
Only
on
player
there.
we've seen today, I think.
Yes.
I believe.
When did that go out?
It went out 15 years ago.
I am so far behind.
Great finish from Peng at net. Now, I'm sure Lee must have heard me commentating because he's mixed up his first 2 serves here, slowed the pacer down, put a slider in on the first one, and then that one then just a bit of a kicker. Much smarter serving, not too predictable.
So it's 3 set points here for the number 2 seeds. Being pushed throughout this match. They got off to a good start and then Chinese pairing pegged them back, but now just getting back in control again. And there it is.
6 games to 3.
6 games to 3, the opening sets. This men's doubles semi-final. And in a very good position at the moment, the pairing on your screen, the number 2 seeds. So into the second set.
Yet to hold serve Zhang in this match. Would do in the world of confidence if he could get the first game of this set.
It's a great pickup going back up that line. Oh, he got it.
Great finish from Wu.
After all that hard work that Peng had to do at the back of the court. In fact, I think it might have been Lee who was doing all the running around there.
Covering a bit of court, especially for doubles.
It went from one side to the other. Now, I think we might... The call was fault. I think we've lost the audio to the umpire's mic. He's having to shout.
Let's see if they can make Lee hit a backhand return here.
So the opening game is held by the Chinese pair. I think we might have some running repairs to the umpire's microphone.
Hopefully he's got a loud voice.
Yeah, exactly. So now, warm up the arm again. Lee is about to unleash. Well, a little bit of inexperience there. Need to go with the topspin forehand.
Just had his grip stuck there, Jang.
Yep.
Couldn't get it around in time. He actually had a short ball. Had control the rally.
That was better. Both players moving in together.
You see the pressure it put on Lee then as well. Panicked on that shot. You've got both players coming in. It's a lot more intimidating.
One thing you'd be looking at if you're coaching this team from Chinese Taipei is to look at the volleying. But still game points to even things up in this second set.
Game, Lee Peng.
Which they do.
One game.
Another good serve out wide from Lee. He's changed it up a bit. Gone there quite a bit in his last couple of service games. Working very well for him. Now this is where Wu serving here needs to try and get it into his back on all that body serve we saw a couple of times. Certainly got some dynamic ground strokes, Wu.
Well, that's where that volleying practice would come into play, because they were in control of that point.
Yes. Sure. Very low.
The double hand backhand volley put away from Zhang. Serena Williams style there.
Important here for the Chinese pair just to hold their nerve. When you've got an inexperienced player on your team, Wu Di's having to work super hard here just to guide him through the game. Well left.
40-15.
No doubt he's having to think his way through this match. Just is not coming naturally. It's not at this level anyway. Good finish. On serve, second set. 2 games to 1.
2 games to 1.
So 2-1 in this second set. That's where a bit of angle would have come in handy. Both players at the back of the court to take that ball.
Some good serving from Peng. 3 free points on his serve here in a row.
Good hold.
And the game.
2 games left.
And this will be the service game they're going to target here. Chinese Taipei pairing. Much better serving. I think it's about the second backhand return we've seen Lee hit. It's a little bit unorthodox shot for him. Loves to run around and nail forehands.
Oh. I don't know how he dug out that return. Right in the body. Better off as a backhand. Ran around on the forehand side. Just clearing the net. Good cross. That's more
Great cross.
encouraging from the team from Chinese Taipei. Sizing up where that ball was going to go, getting across in plenty of time.
A lot more intimidating, aggressive play. Should definitely look to do that more often here. Assert themselves on this match.
Oh no.
Game Li Peng.
What a great pickup though
Li
from
Peng
Peng.
by 3 games.
Let's have a look at this again. Little drop volley. Got there.
Just in two minds, wasn't he?
Yep.
Didn't know what to do. He was moving backwards. Didn't know if he should go forwards. Took it out of the air.
As he was moving backwards, I think. He settled on backwards, but the ball was dipping.
Made it a lot harder for himself than the shot actually was.
Little laugh about that. Did the Chinese Taipei pairing just moving to the wrong seats, I think, too. That change of ends.
These impressive bench-style seats.
Everyone a little confused, and Sinhan Lee just straight back out onto court. No need for the sit down. Wanted to get straight back into it. Just wants to carry on the momentum.
He's been serving pretty well the last few games.
That's just regulation for Wu Di. With no resistance really at the net, it's the spot to go to.
Zhang had the whole court, open court to play into then. Decided to go at the net player or try and go past him. Not the smartest of shots. Very low percentage.
Good serve. Nice deep serve. Zhang desperate to get that ball back across court. Try and get something on it.
Bit better volley from the youngster.
Yeah, still not the most convincing, more of a swat than anything else.
It was a bit of a swat.
But effective.
Lee desperate to get his forehand. Caught him out of position there. Doesn't like to hit too many backhands.
Oh, 40.
It's a bad miss there. He had a nice mid-court ball. he makes that, then you would think that they've got an easy put away for the next shot, and we're in break point.
Game. Lead pack.
So 4 games to 2.
Lead lead by 4 games to 2.
The break has been consolidated. Yeah, I think if Wu Di had a more experienced partner, I think we'd be seeing a lot more of him at the net. I think he's doing a lot of covering work for his more inexperienced opponents, and that's fair enough. But I think in a different situation, he'd be more inclined to push up to the net a bit more.
Right, please. Left.
Tactically not required, that play.
I think so. He's got to harness his power a bit, Lee. Follow his coach. Let's try and just put the reins on him a bit. Pick the right ball.
What he appears to be struggling with primarily, Lee, and you talk about that power that he's got, he's just got one speed, is getting a rallying shot in to get himself into the points.
He seems to be going for it on that first ball, and you're right, exactly right, Pete. If he actually works his way into the rally, maybe try and get the ball deep, play a bit more percentage.
Nicely picked up.
The lob was pretty short, but it was on the backhand side, so still an awkward volley for Zhang. Couldn't quite do much with it with that high backhand volley. Nice little put away there from Peng.
Just struggled to get a hold of that return. It wasn't really doing all that much. Well, if you looked at what was happening on the Chinese Taipei side, Lee Sin Han was standing there just trying to push the ball out. Trying to do his level best just to blow the ball out.
Next person.
That's where you use the power.
Great shot, right at the middle of the court, and we haven't seen much of that today from both these teams. The percentage shots they're playing are incredibly low. Much smarter there.
Game. Li Peng.
Oh, again, the struggle continues at the net for Zhang.
Double break now.
Commanding lead for the Chinese Taipei pairing. 5-2 the second set, and by 1 set to love. Been a good day of tennis here in Nanjing. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. Lee and Peng pairing serving for the match in this semi-final.
Ready, love.
Of course, this is a semi-final. The final will be played tomorrow. The winner of this match to play either the pairing of Gong and Zhang or Udumchok and Wang.
Next person. Left.
The right idea to cross, just a little bit late.
Yep, good to see the movement.
Match point though, chance to move into the final. So there it is.
2 sets to love.
The second seeds in this event too strong. They're through to the final. Li Xinhan and Peng Xianlin. Great performance by them.
Superior serving display from the Taipei pair.
And they get the job done and they move through to the final, which will be played tomorrow. 6-3, 6-2, the final score there. And in the end, a learning experience, I guess, for Zhang on the Chinese side. But he'll learn a lot from the experience today.
He will. He looked a little bit rattled there at stages throughout the match. But I think he held up his own pretty good for someone who's only 16 years old. And I think Wu Di tried his best. And I think, as we mentioned, he probably couldn't play his usual doubles, more aggressive and coming to net perhaps a bit more. But yeah, it's a good display from the second seeds.
So they're through to the final. Some of the other results from today: Yuichi Sugita, the top seed in the men's draw, won his quarter-final after his opponent Lee retired after the first set. Wu Di, 7-6, 6-2 winner today over Zhang Jie of China, the fourth seed, so an upset there. And Wang Xiang of China, the second seed, having a win over Liang Cheng, her countrywoman, in the women's singles quarter-finals. Some other results: Luxika Kamkum of Thailand, the third seed, 6-love, 6-3 over Xu of China. And Jimmy Wang, the second seed, 6-2, 6-3 over Yuki Bambri of Indonesia. There's some of the results that we have through so far from matches being played around the complex. And plenty of good action to come over the next couple of days as we get into the business end of this wildcard playoff. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Pete.
Well done. Tomorrow we will have the semi-finals of the men's and women's singles, and also finals action in the doubles for both the men and the women. We'll find out who gets a wildcard through to the Australian Open in the doubles event. Plenty of great action to come. If you want to keep up to date with all the latest results, tennis.com.au is the place to visit, and you can find out the order of play and the matches that we'll be covering in our live streaming. We look forward to your company tomorrow, but for now, it's goodbye from Nanjing.